Hello, everybody, and welcome back, one and all, to the Chaos Protocol. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to see all of your digital non-existent faces in the chat of Transplanter RPG. It's been too long. But whether you are tuning in for the first or infiniteth time, we are Transplanter RPG, an all transgender, people of color-led, dark fantasy actual play channel telling stories set in an original non-colonial, anti-Orientalist multiverse. Today and every day. Free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, abolish ICE, abolish the Imperial Project, land back to all indigenous peoples across the globe, and, as a special note for tonight, reject the propaganda of patriotism. As Frederick Douglass famously said in 1852, "What to the American slave is your 4th of July? A day that reveals to him, more than all other days in the year, the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. The existence of slavery in this country brands your republicanism a sham, your humanity a base pretense, and your Christianity a lie." To this day, the US continues to uphold this gross injustice and cruelty observed by Frederick Douglass. It is a white supremacist, genocidal settler colony that murders, incarcerates, polices, and exploits Black, Indigenous, and Global South communities in its endless pursuit of wealth and domination. To celebrate this country when its core beliefs and systems have not changed is to uphold the white supremacist, colonialist, and imperialist values that this country has built its foundation on and continues to inflict upon Black, Indigenous, and Global South communities, both at home and abroad. Instead, we must reject the sham, the pretense, and the lie of patriotism and stand in unflinching solidarity with liberation struggles across the world. May we all see liberation in our lifetime. Thank you. And thank you all so much for tuning into the Chaos Protocol. It's time for us to get chaotic. If you're watching this right now, you are witnessing the live recordings of Arc 4 episodes 27 and 28, aka the third to last stream of Arc 4. Oh my goodness. We are currently co-streaming this live on Twitch and YouTube Live at Transplaner RPG, and all of our VODs, yes, all of them, will be hosted on our YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure before eventually being uploaded to Vimeo and the Internet Archive. But first, please allow me to reintroduce my fantabulous cast for the evening, starting with our very own special Arc 4 guest, Dare!
Hi, hey, and hello. My name is Dare. Pronouns she, they, they, and it. I'm the internet's resident trans puppy princess, and I am glad to be here, being completely normal. I'm going to throw it over to Valiant Dorian.
Hello, it is I, Valiant Dorian. I use he and his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet, Valiant Dorian, or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. And tonight, I have the distinct pleasure of playing your Doom Boy, Sayer, who uses he, they pronouns. I'm going to pass it on over to the Pop-Pop of the hour. Hey, Papa, how you doing?
Hi everyone, I'm great. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns, and I am back tonight with the singular pleasure of playing Mr. Zanin Esh, who uses he, him pronouns. And I'm gonna pass it on over to our amazing chronologist who's nowhere.
Oh no, I'm just dead. Hi everyone, I'm Samstar, using she, they, and the occasional they pronouns, and I get to be a menace from beyond, playing Lumira, who uses she, her pronouns. What's going on, boss?
It's me, boss. As usual, to start off our announcements, a huge thank you to our two major sponsors of Arc 4, Hero Forge and the Working Families Party. Hero Forge is, of course, a website where you can design and print your very own custom miniatures. And they also now offer 3D printed custom dice. You can put pretty much anything you think of making in Hero Forge into the clear material of this die and still get a perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. Visit Hero Forge today at bit.ly/transforge. As for the Working Families Party, they are a progressive third party in the United States, building a multi-racial coalition of working-class people to make our communities a better place to live in for everyone. You can take an action to affect change right now by signing their petition, if you haven't already, to break up big media companies, and also join their mailing list at bit.ly/WFPtrans. Finally, a big ol' thank you to Che Peku for letting us use their beautifully illustrated, human-made, exclusively only human-made scenes for this arc, as well as a big thank you to Explain Trade and Frivolous Bear Studios for being our channel-wide sponsors. As usual, just clicking on those links, even if you don't end up being able to buy anything today or purchase anything, is extremely, extremely, extremely helpful for us. Every click counts. Over to you there.
Hi, forgot about the mute button for a split second there. Hello. There are 12 days left to back Force of Extinction, our official game system for Arc 4. Play as survivors confronting mutated predators, scavenging for resources, and investigating the apocalypse that destroyed your world. Also, I, Dare to Dream RPG, the internet's Dare to Dream RPG, am thrilled to break the news of a special new pledge tier where you and 3 friends can play a remote one-shot with our resident Connie Chong. If you ever wanted to fight/flirt with an emotionally unavailable Butch NPC, or be menaced by an evil Connie critter, now's your chance. To back the game, use !system, go to bit.ly trans FOE live. Over to you, Val.
Happy to take it over. Hi, folks. A fuzzy blanket covered in the eyes and wings of oblivion. A mug proclaiming you as the star student of Professor Chang. A pink beanie with a woo on it. You can procure these fine objects and more, all gorgeously designed by, let's say it all together, folks, our husband. Thank you all very, very much by using !merch in chat or going to transplanerrpg.shop. And while you're shopping, consider nabbing yourself a custom Chaos die set by Die Hard Dice. These math rocks are Drakeberry Purple for Zynon, Smoky Blue for Sayir, and Splintered Gold for Lumira, and Fated Pink for Sing. Grab them while they're still in stock by using !DHD or going to bit.ly/transDHD. Over to you, Kai.
As always, a massive thank you to our Patreon precepts for helping to make our show possible. Thank you to Azra, Brooke, The Bow System, Elvira, Mainman13, Mark J, Necessity, Robert Burke, Rose, Sergeant Danes, Spectra, Spencer, Taylor, Travis L, and Zoe. You too can support us starting at the $3 USD a month tier and become one with the Transplanerverse at patreon.com/transplannerrpg. All right, Sam, explain this to me.
Gladly. Last time on The Chaos Protocol. Strike Team Nova meets Mishi Erber and learn that both their missions are in the lurch. Buta is dead, and his shuttle disassembled. Zynon, Lumira, and Sayir vault back into the past, but the reunion at the Low-Star setting is cut short as Oblivion appears. Lumira's soul is torn asunder and swallowed by Oblivion as all of Nova realize the true cost of changing the past, destroying the future they came from. After a real conversation with Sayir as he struggled against Doom, Zynon chooses the imperfect, beautiful future, passing through the gateway to reach Lumira in the Nothing Plane, where her soul waits, beside Sing. And that's what you missed last time. Use !recap in chat to read our full written recap document. And off to the boss for some self-care tips.
Thank you for that, Sam. As always, The Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy actual play series that deals with content that may be triggering for some viewers. Content warnings for this particular session may include fantasy violence, grief, death of loved ones, complex relationships, interpersonal conflict, romance, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, surrealism, guns as weaponry, youth in dangerous situations, and references to classism and the loss of children. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. To get a look at our content warnings at any time, if you're in the Twitch chat, use !CW. Otherwise, in YouTube, our incredible mods will be copying and pasting these content warnings in the chat right now, so you can peruse them at your leisure. Without further ado, the title of tonight's episode is Nor Light That Dies, Nor Dismal Cost. From Waiting for the Moon to Burn by Connie Chong. And with that, let's begin. From a certain point of view, the dust is almost beautiful. Light doesn't filter through it so much as sink into its depths, like a firefly mired in sugar sap. Thick, pluming spindles of dust roll across these desiccated foothills, giving form to the vicious, sluggish breeze, scouring all life from the surface of your home. It makes the air visible. It gives substance, color, a body, a dry, molting voice to that which should have never had any of these things to begin with. But there is also beauty in the profanity, in the paradox, in the consequences of someone else's choices, not because of them, but in spite of them. Blooming from the dust, there is a green sprout. There is a blue flower. There is pain, and there is hope. We don't know how much time passes up on that wall as Azalise Raid looks out to the endless dust, and Zinnia keeps watch, keeps vigil, keeps them company. The light, stuck inside the dust, slowly fades. Yet, Azalise remains, unmoving, but alive. And so does Zinnia. The silence is only broken when a shadow arrives at the bottom of the wall, flitting about like an anxious swallow. And Yinghe calls out and up in a voice of poorly disguised panic. Zinnia? Can I talk to you? Please? Now?
I think there is a simple wordless exchange between Zinnia and Azalise. A simple, I think, nod of, you can go, before Zinnia's up. I think turns to Azalise one last time, just as a show of care, before she makes her way down to Yinghe. What's going on?
Yinghe is pacing in front of you in a tight line. They are anxiously wringing their fingers together, knuckles white, the color bleached from their face. His hair is slightly loose from its bun, and Tada's silver eyes are wide, frantic, showing even more of the black scleras than you've ever seen before. And there's something rolling about their feet, pacing in very similar lines, or rather circles, as it orbits around Yinghe's steps. You see a small, spherical droid kicking up dust with its mechanical whirring. You see red lights, one big one in the center, question mark, that resembles an eye of some sort, blinking in alarm. And though you've seen various mechanical objects during your stint on Kesaki and also at the Syndicate, there is something about this particular droid that feels familiar beyond the bounds of this planet, in the same way that Nova felt familiar. And Yinghe is already speaking before your feet even touch onto the ground from the ladder you descended from. They're saying, oh no, this is not good, this is not good. Zinnia, hi, hello, Nova, Sayer, Lumira, Zynon, they're gone.
I think... What do you mean?
They traveled back in time. We wanted to. I was supposed to join them, but something went wrong. In the magic, I think I couldn't... I went through Lumira's fingers and Sayer's too, and I couldn't go with them, so they're gone. In time.
There is, I think, maybe a few seconds as Zinnia tries to collect those thoughts, because there is nothing that could have prepared them for this alert. I'm guessing they were trying to... What were they trying to do?
I'm honestly not too sure. Zynon said something about Buta's ship, getting it before it was taken apart or something like that, but nothing concrete. I think we were going to figure it out when we got there, and I couldn't go there with them.
I think the trying to figure it out before he got there almost knocked Zinnia back into it. Well, there is so much I want to say to them. What do you have any idea of when they were going to?
I actually, I don't know. And the droid cuts in at this point. You hear a vroom as it kind of swivels around and fixes that central red eye up onto you. And when this droid speaks, its voice is modulated through a robotic filter. And the Oracle says to Zinnia,
10 years! They tried to travel vault 10 years back in time. I could sense it in the time stream that Lumira was attempting to access.
Question about the Oracle. How similar does it look to the model I had?
very, very similar. Like, they could be siblings.
Okay.
Just a few little details. Some of the contours are slightly different, but it's almost identical. The
Did it
voice,
sound like that?
No, absolutely not. No, no. None of the oracles you've ever heard in any situation back at the Syndicate sounded like this one. This one is odd. This one is weird. It's off. It's wrong, Zinnia.
Yeah. Of course it is. Nova. All right. Thank you, Oracle. Well, it obviously didn't work, because if it worked, we wouldn't be here having this conversation.
Well,
Right.
that's not necessarily true.
And the oracle starts to whir. And as it continues to talk, the whirring builds, and you can see a little bit of heat skid marks starting to swirl about the dusty ground as the oracle starts to whip itself into a bit of an anxious frenzy as it reveals,
Well, I'm sure as a former Syndicate agent, Zinnia, you are aware that there are certain things that are not advisable, but few things are outright forbidden, and chronology, time magic, is exactly one of those few things that are outright forbidden because, of course, it screws with the fabric of the journey. If Nova, back there, changes things a little too much, or stays in the past a little bit too long, we might be pretty fucked here.
I think Zinnia kneels down and offers to pick up the Oracle, if it will allow.
the oracle dumps itself, rolls forward like a basketball, and it's kind of hot. Its metallic surface is a bit scalding as it tumbles onto your fingers. It's
I
trembling.
think Yeah, I think like the pain hurts, but not enough to like cause Zinnia to drop it or anything. As Zinnia sort of, it's uncomfortable holding the oracle for a couple of reasons. I think the reminder of the reminder of the syndicate, everything here is, this is all syndicate mess all the way down. And Zinnia can't escape that, and holding this oracle only helps solidify that weight in her hands. Okay. So there's a chance they have ruined the journey, or at least part of it.
Yes.
Is there any way to get them back?
Not unless you're secretly a time mage as well, Zinnia. No.
That's my forte.
No. The only way we'd be able to get them back is if one of us were a chronologist. Or if they vaulted back here, but...
Yinghe chimes in, low and serious. Oracle, what do you mean by we're fucked?
Well, you see, if they tear the past too far away from their future, our now, the present, these two pieces will drift farther and farther away. And guess what? Their time stream takes precedent over ours. They change too much, we're gone. Annihilated. Oblivion takes us. It's not just destruction. It's total erasure. Like none of this ever existed in the first place.
Zinnia immediately looks to the sky.
You look at the sky, and that black hole, that seed of annihilation, still the size of a dinner plate, before your very eyes, growing larger, slightly, bit by bit, drifting, almost imperceptibly. And Yinghe says to the oracle urgently, well, how much time do we have before... It's a third of the sky now. The dilation took no time at all, even as you were looking at it, Zinnia. And everything around you all at once becomes less. The color in your skin and clothes, the chill of early evening, the light stranded in dust. All of it is just less of itself. Even the pressure of this undark seed, the void between the spokes of our beginningless wheel greased by ignorance and desire, is not felt, because there is nothing to feel. There is nothing for you here. But you can see it. Not just you, Zinnia, not just the Oracle, not just Yinghe, all of you. Here in the garden, all of you here on Keseki. Because this is not a temporal paradox that only those unspun from the wholeness of the weft of the journey can perceive. Oh no, this is happening in real time, right now. It looms 8 inches, or miles, or light years away from the tops of your heads, the end of the end, peering at your mundane and beautiful world through the eye of an infinite needle. She's here. Oblivion. The Oracle goes silent. Yinghe flinches, ducks reactively, like the sky is about to fall down and crush him. Zinnia, how do you react to Oblivion expanding across the entire horizon in less than a nanosecond?
I think they don't move. I think she can't move in that moment. This is a threat that has loomed over her head for literal years, and it coming at her, at Keseki, at everyone here so fast. I think the anger she was feeling, the concern she was feeling about Nova, it all falls away. She is confronted with the end in this moment, and all she has is fear.
Your fear is not alone. You hear voices ringing up the hill, raised in panic and terror. You hear commotion, shouting. You see flashes of red light gleaming over mirrored surfaces as alarms are raised. You see the distant figures of people in this commune running out of their homes, out of buildings, dropping whatever tools they were using to work, staring up at the sky, gesturing, frantic, afraid, gripped with mortal horror. And at the top of that wall, the silhouette of Azalis Raid, also frozen, stock still. They don't jump up. They don't flinch. They don't panic. They just look up at the sky, at that unrelenting void, that impossible emptiness. But it is not fear that roots Azalis Raid in their place. Why would it be fear? For all they see above them is a reflection of what's been inside of their chest for 8 long years. Zinnia! Bagoon's voice ringing up the hill. You see him now. Brow creased with worry, Jack by his side, and one by one more tears congregate upon your spot. You see Libra and Saral rounding the greenhouse. Libra, rifle out already. Saral clutching books to her chest like a shield. You see Dr. Wu, Bug, Nose Mama scabbing up the hillside. Her tail, the brunt of it, lashing in alarm. And Libra shouts, closing the distance as they do. Hey, what the hell's going on?
It's almost here.
Jack
And
says as she draws close to you and stops, and the rest of the tears also form a loose circle around each other. What's almost here?
Oblivion.
There is a beat. Confusion, uncertainty, but also a deep, shared, mortal knowing. For there is an instinctual knowledge that from nothing is where we come, to nothing is where we all eventually go. And a shudder ripples through the gathered mortals by your side. Looks are exchanged, brows creased, eyes wide with concern and fear. And then Jack's eyes land on Yinghe, and then search the empty spaces around Ta before fixing her gaze back to Ta to face. Yinghe, where's the rest of your group? Yinghe slowly straightens from where they'd been reflexively crouched down and away from Oblivion, and they lift their gaze and meet Jack's eyes, and they just say, they left. And a second ripple goes around the tears, another ripple of shock. Some look grim, others, Libra, look pissed. Bug is the most confused out of everyone. There is a lack of comprehension on its face. And Libra says, scowling, spitting at Yinghe, their acerbic tone heightened by the fear, this current of terror making everything worse, saturating the air like a toxin. And Libra says, what, so they bailed? So they bailed! Of course they did. Of course your friends fucking bailed. No, they didn't bail. They left to try to find help. Help? What, out there? Help from who?
Libra.
Libra fixes their scowl onto you, but they bite, grit their teeth, and jerk their head away from Yinghe, setting their jaw hard. You can hear their teeth grinding in their mouth. But Yinghe, they both look wounded and also righteously guilty. Like Libra's words strike true because, in a sense, they do. Yinghe says, They were trying to do the right thing. We were trying to do the right thing. They still are. They weren't intending to leave, to abandon any of us. But things went out of control. And they're not here now. Not anymore. But I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere. Nods from around the tears, somewhat mollified, but not entirely satisfied. Libra spits, crosses their arms, but does not press the issue. And now it is Saral that turns to you, Zinnia. Regardless of where the rest of Yinghe's group is, there is a bigger, more obvious problem. What does this mean? This doesn't make sense. Oblivion? Black holes don't behave like this. It... And then a voice resounds through the entire garden, echoing through the air, mixing in with the terror suffusing it, and, in a way, due to its presence, dispersing it, diffusing it. Crackling over broadcasting equipment, all of you hear Samishi Ereber's voice. And down the hill, in the central square, you can see her silhouette, standing on an elevated surface. And there is a crowd of people accumulating around her, growing with each new sentence that she makes, momentarily calming their intense panic, just so they can hear her speak. And as she talks, that voice carries across the entire garden, and behind her head, Oblivion frames her like a lightless halo. And Samishi says, "My friends, please. I know that this is all very confusing and very frightening. For those of us who cannot see, please allow me to clarify what has occurred. The black hole in the sky is much closer now. It occupies most of our horizon and casts a pale gloom over the surface of our home. Yes, this is shocking. Yes, this is unnerving, but I promise to all of you, we will figure out what this means for the garden, and we will get through this. But in order for us to do that, we must stay calm. Fear will not save us. Fear will make us panic. Fear will make us indulge our worst instincts at the worst time and impel us to do things we will regret. I know that staying calm in the face of this sudden unknown is a daunting task. I know that I am perhaps asking a lot from many of you, but I would not ask if I did not think, if I did not know that you were capable of it. When the dust came, so many people around us said it would be the end, and look where we are now. When I opened these gates to welcome anyone who needed a home, so many people around us said it would be the end, and look where we are now. We have been through incredible adversity together, and we have always survived it. We have always come out on the other side. Stronger and wiser and more ready to surmount the next challenge, and the one after that, and the one after that. Here is the plan. I will raise our shields for the next 12 hours. During this time, please follow our energy deficit protocol so we can conserve our stores as much as possible. Please, as much as you can, try to stay indoors until we learn more. I will investigate this occurrence, and I will figure out what this means for our home. Do not panic. Look out for each other. Take care of each other. We will get through this together as we always have, as we always will. With a final nod, Samishi steps down from the platform, and it's as though a collective breath, a collective tension, a stress spring that was coiling and about to explode is just gradually released over the course of her speech. The panic in the air, the terror of it, the sheer confusion and strain, it fades for now, and it is replaced by action. Yes, there is still lingering trepidation, frayed nerves, and sharpened edges. How could there not be? But Samishi's words genuinely rally the garden. You see survivors turning to each other now, talking, conversing, not with a sense of frantic energy, but with direction, seriousness, urgency, but purpose. You see smaller groups beginning to disperse to various parts of the garden to power down large structures, using up a lot of energy. You see other folks helping elders and children back indoors, the most vulnerable among them. And as the survivors of the garden rally around each other, rise to the occasion, dig deep, and find that which Samishi Erebor has always known was inside of them all along. The tears turn to face each other. And as they do, all of you hear an ambient humming noise as these shields kick on all around the garden, an iridescent pulse rippling and warbling over the surface of this huge, semi-translucent, all-encompassing dome. Then the humming dies down to a low ambient background noise. And as you tears regard each other, Zinnia, you see that Samishi's words didn't just touch the survivors of the garden, they touched the tears as well. The candor of what she had to share, the firmness of her conviction resonates. She has her plan. And now, the question lingers and is spoken aloud by Begun. Well, what should our plan be? And all eyes turn to you, Zinnia.
There, between Samishi's words and the look from her family, Zinnia finds ground. Zinnia has to find ground. And I think she turns and looks into oblivion again. We need to leave. Not just us. Everybody.
Nods. No one's disagreeing. Jack speaks up. I don't disagree with you. But how? There isn't a shuttle anymore. No shuttle anywhere on this planet by the looks of it.
Standing on one.
Tears slowly look around at the walls, the repurposed scrap built into every inch of this commune. And Jack says, well, yes, of course. We all know Samishi dismantled the shuttle to make this place possible, but what are you suggesting, Zinnia? That we put it back together?
I think Zinnia knows how ridiculous this plan sounds. And she nods. Yeah, I mean, between that, there are bound to be stuff out there. We can send some people out to go scavenge, find whatever they can. It's a long shot, but it's something.
The nods are starting to grow. So Rawl is saying, well, if anyone can do that, it would be Jack. But Jack is the only person shaking their head as everyone else's nods start to increase. Her head shaking becomes more and more intense. Zinnia, I understand the idea behind the plan, and yes, we would need a shuttle to get off planet, but we can't, there's no way we can build a shuttle out of nothing, even out of repurposed scrap. I can't do that.
I think you can. There's a lot of us. We can help build stuff together. It looks bleak. I'm deeply aware of that. But what else are we going to do? Let that get us? Are we not going to try?
Zinnia. Bagoon chimes in. I'll talk to Samishi. See
I'll go
what
with you.
resources she can lend. I was just going to ask you for that, Zinnia. It's not like we're building something out of nothing. There's bound to be scrap here she can spare. Resources. Hell. Manpower. I'm willing to bet more than a few survivors in this place are gonna want to join us when we talk about going off planet. And Samishi strikes me as the kind of woman who's reasonable and would understand that some of her people might not want to stay down here anymore, given this. And he gestures up at the hole in the sky. New development. Jack. The shaking of her head has slowed, but now she's rubbing the back of her neck with her prosthetic arm, and there's a grimace on her face, and she's going, I don't know, And Saral says, as though Jack has already agreed, even though Jack is very much still on the fence, I'm gonna expedite the archiving process. Because if we're going to be leaving soon, the stories of everyone here, they deserve to be recorded. They deserve to be logged. They deserve to be carried into the stars. I'll get started on that. Hit the pavement.
I think
And Libra.
Zinnia gives a nod. I was going to say, Zinnia gives a nod to Saral and gives Jack a look in the eyes. One that says, even if you don't do this for me, you know who to do this for.
And it's that look that finally gets Jack to lower the ringing fingers from the back of their neck, sigh, and turn the final shake of her head to a nod. Not a reluctant nod, because she doesn't want to sign on to any of this. She wants to. You can see it. She wants so desperately for this to work. But behind her eyes, you still see doubt. And yet, how could she say no? How could she do anything but hope and rise to the occasion when the people she loves are counting on her? And when she's counting on them too. And Jack nods in the affirmative. Stars. I'll try. That's all I can promise at this stage. I will try. But Bagoon, Zinnia, you're going to have to get Samishi to to help me out a lot here. I'm going to need resources. I'm going to need materials. I'm going to need hands, helping hands, a lot of them. Bagoon nods solidly.
Of course.
We'll make it happen, Jack. Libra shifts the stock of their rifle to their other hand, looking up at the black hole in the sky, and they say, I'm gonna keep my eyes on that fucking thing. Samishi says she's gonna research it? Yeah, well, maybe she's got the brains of a scientist, but I think like a tracker. And nothing, I mean nothing, moves like that. So every little change, every little shift, I'm gonna notice. That's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you. Let us know if anything happens while we're lost in all of this planning.
Don't worry. I've got a loud-ass voice. I'll call down from my post. Dr. Wu says, and I'll help you, Sorrel. You're going to need more than one pair of eyes to look over all of your notes, and more than one pair of hands to write down everyone's stories. I miss the legwork of research. That's how I'll contribute. And Yi also speaks up at this juncture as Ta sees all of the tears pitching in, hope starting to bloom in the center of this circle, and Yinghe says, I'm going to help too. However I can, wherever I can. If any of you need any assistance at all in any way, I'll be there. I'm here to help. And there are only two voices missing from this chorus. One of them is, of course, an expected gap. Ozalise Raid, still up on the wall. It's an almost certainty that this discussion of the tears reaches their ears. There's no way it doesn't. But they don't look back. They don't get up. And they don't come down. The other missing voice, uncharacteristically, is Bug. This entire time, Bug has said not a single word, made not a single noise. There is an expression on its face, a very dark one that none of you have seen before, ever, on this teenager's face. And at the end of all of this, when everyone's chiming in with their part of the plan, finally, they speak. And all it says is, whatever. And they stalk off to Nose Mama.
I think there is a look around at that particular, as Zinnia sort of looks to Bagoon first, to see if Bagoon, anything tracks there.
Bagoon looks not necessarily confused, but empathetic toward Bug, but kind of gives you a look that says, without needing to say, let's give it some space. And instead, the words that come out of Bagoon's mouth are, I think all of us are pretty tired right now. It was getting late before all of this started, all of this happened. It's even later now. I think this plan of ours, it's got good legs. How do we feel about, sleeping tonight? Resting, recovering our strength, getting our wits about us. We'll start executing this tomorrow. Yeah?
I think sounds good. Libra, don't stay up all night looking at that.
I'll be fine.
She doesn't push it.
Even though you don't push it, there's a beat as the tears start to disperse. Libra tears their eyes down from oblivion and look at you. And they say, good tracker doesn't run on nothing. I'll rest when I need to. I know my limits.
I know. Just be careful.
Be fine. And Libra rests the stock of their rifle across one shoulder. And they follow the rest of the tears off to where they need to rest, where they need to recover and recuperate. And as everyone starts to spread out and disperse, you too, Zinnia, feel now The aftermath of the shock, the nerves, the adrenaline, now all of that is calming down. You also feel a heavy, all too mortal tiredness start to seep and fatigue into your bones, muscles, your blood, and your heart. And you too must rest. The morning comes without much fanfare. Light struggles to illuminate the now mostly vacant sky. Everything is exactly as it was last night. That is to say, itself just less. That black hole is still there. It wasn't a bad dream, it wasn't a bad nightmare. Oblivion is still there, looming over the garden like a sword that has yet to fall. But the garden, as morning comes, is no longer in a state of shock. And as the shields continue to hum and survivors now bustle, we push into the greenhouse, where we find Samishi Erebor, Begun Dipti, and you, Zinnia, in the midst of a conversation. Samishi is busy at work. She is poring over notes and heaps of documents, holopads, writing on multiple different surfaces all at once. There is a monitoring device now hooked up to her workbench. It looks like an EKG, but there are twice as many lines and readouts, continually printing and cranking out sheets of data. And as Samishi converses with the two of you, she is multitasking, consulting these sheets, writing notes with the other hand, but never once loses track of your discussion. And Begun is in the midst of saying, "That's why we think it is a sound idea, an appealing idea, a rational idea, for us, at least some of us, to get off planet. You and I, everyone in this room, hell, I'm willing to bet everyone out there too, they know that is not normal behavior. That is not the usual course of action for a black hole. Whatever it is, I'm willing to bet it's dangerous. And not just us, but your people too. They deserve a chance. They deserve the opportunity. They deserve to have the choice to..." And Samishi raises a finger before Begun can go on, and she simply says, "I agree. I'm not an unreasonable person, Begun. I understand that despite my speech last night, a lot of these fears, these nerves, they are rightfully placed, and I do not fault anyone who might want to leave in the wake of this. As for your plan to construct a shuttle, this Jack of yours, I don't doubt she is talented, but talent and skill alone cannot get you an intergalactic vessel strong and powerful enough to breach the solar storms, the dust winds, the geomagnetic flares that would crush and ruin any lesser ship. I understand that as well. I can offer you what we can spare from the garden. Any scrap metal that might be lying around, any materials that are not fundamental to the operation of the garden. But I know what you are going to ask me, and I think you know what the answer is. The fusion reactor. I'm afraid you'll have to find another means of powering your spacecraft. It is fundamental. It is necessary. It is a non-negotiable to the functioning of the commune. Just as there will be people who want to leave, there will be people who wish to stay. I cannot sacrifice one for the other. And I will not apologize for it. Begun nods. He was expecting as much. Cuts eyes over to you, Zinnia, to see if you have anything that you want to add
Do you have any idea of a good place to start looking?
I have maps, documents, charts, and logbooks of places that we have visited, areas we've scavenged and poured through, documented and marked. I am more than happy and more than willing to share all of this information with you. In addition to any spare materials we might already have here that you can have access to, you can also have access to the Outriders, currently in the commune. These vessels, these vehicles should be able to get you far. They should aid greatly in your discovery, in your reconnaissance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samishi, thank you. That's very generous of you. We'll be very grateful for it.
Zinnia's clearly biting her tongue a little bit. It's like she wants to try to push. And I think she looks up for a second, knowing this answer is not going to work. But I think she has to say it. She has to try. Are you certain that you're not willing to offer up the fusion reactor? I know it's a non-negotiable, but let's say that thing's here tomorrow. Let's say it's here in a week. The garden's not going to stand a chance either way.
Everyone said that about the dust, and about the gates, and about so many other things that were deemed unsurvivable, deemed impossible. And yet, we're still here. I'm still here. My husband didn't believe in Keseki. He's gone. Keseki is not. Keseki is my home. It will always be my home. I am not going to abandon her. As long as there is at least one other living soul on this planet, I am not going to abandon her.
Zinnia nods full of respect. I understand. I knew when I asked.
And I knew that you had to ask. So I do not fault you. Believe me, I understand your perspective. And I hope you can understand mine as well.
I understand your perspective. She winces a little bit. Because Samishi's incredibly smart. The scale of this is so big and unknowable.
And Samishi says, anyone who might want to come with you, who might want to also leave Keseki, I'm sure they'd be willing to lend a hand, pitch in. And even those who aren't, well, we all know what it feels like to be scared, to want to survive. You have my permission, you have my blessing to ask anyone you might want to ask in the garden to lend a hand. Anyone who might be able and willing. Of course, ultimately, the choice is theirs. Thank you for coming to me about this.
Thank you. It means a lot that you're willing to hear us out.
Of course. You would be surprised, or perhaps you wouldn't be, to know that there have been plans hatched by various folk in the garden, and some of them were laid out in the open with trust and honesty and belief, and others were, well, let's say, hatched in secret, plans of violence, of control, and theft. So I always appreciate it when people ask, at the very least. She looks like she's about to say something else, but a noise interrupts your conversation, a loud noise, an air-shaking roar, as something large passes overhead And through the translucent ceiling of the greenhouse, you see the smoking silhouette of a ship, not a shuttle, but a starship careening across the sky before it crash lands somewhere far beyond, in the near distance, somewhere in the desiccated wasteland outside the walls of the garden. And as this ship just careens overhead, Begoon jumps up in alarm. But Samishi stays very calm. She stays seated this entire time. Her pen pauses for just a beat, and then it goes right back to writing as she says to you, Zinnia, well, what good fortune. Looks like you'll have some scrap to scavenge soon.
Yeah.
And with that, we push out of the greenhouse, up, 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 toward the smoking trail in the sky. Dom, it is one thing to see the planet you left behind from space, distant and almost unreal, and quite another to hurtle through the plasma storms ravaging its surface, to put out 1,000 fires at once in the bridge as you plummet toward the cracked gray earth, and to crash land, snout to tail, against a hard and dusty basin that once upon a time was covered in crimson grass and cedar trees and emerald pines that glowed like fireflies at dusk, but now is no more than a desiccated husk of its former vibrancy. As your crew excavates themselves from the smoking wreckage of the Sayumi Harrier with thankfully few casualties, you had prepared for the crash landing after all, you find yourself putting boot to earth in a world that has haunted you for 8 long years. The dust, the choking of it, the immensity of it. It's worse than you remember. You didn't know it could get worse. How do you breathe in the dust around you that is now no longer just a memory?
Terribly. No surprise, really, I don't think. But it's 2 things more than anything else. One, it's a stark reminder that this is it. We've made a choice, and we're here. But in a strange... It's not beautiful, but it's close. In a strange way. This is home. For better or for worse.
There is something else, too. In the chaos of your descent, the horizon of this once neon planet had not been exactly a top concern for you or anyone else in your crew, but now that you're gathering your bearings, now that you're finding your footing and getting situated, you hear gasps from around you, sharp intakes of breath, low murmurs of awe and fear. For there is something in the distant sky, Dom. No, not so distant, not anymore. That black hole. That impossible anomaly. That collapsed star that is also not a collapsed star is no longer the size of a dinner plate, but huge, looming. The view of Saturn from Mars. The presence feels closer to the gravity of it pushing down against the top of your head like the palm of a distant, unseen law. Beside you, you hear Tamina exhale a shuddering, what the fuck?
Alright, everybody, we know the dust plays havoc with stuff. Plays havoc with the ability to see, plays havoc with the ability to figure out what day it is, so... Turn to each other, turn to yourselves, check in with the person next to you. Tamina, that's me.
Right. Of course, Dom. There are nods all around, spirits rallying, eyes snapping away from that untenable eye seed. Hole punched through the sky, wider than imagination can fathom, but you are here for a reason. You are here for a mission, for an objective. And that objective is what drags your gazes down and fixes it toward the northern horizon. And there you and Tamina and everyone else in your crew sees it. Hyoga Keep. No, the Erebor Estate. Tall, proud, and gleaming with new constructions and adornments that you do not recognize. Tamina places a hand on your shoulder and nods in its direction. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, end of the day, that ain't nothing to look up there, okay, right?
Yeah. It's the, atmosphere, the dust, ions and shit. Playing tricks on us or something.
Yeah.
We know what we're here for. We know what we have to do.
Eyes on the keep.
She nods, and you and your crew head out. The garden is bursting with activity. Humming with it, really. Thrumming alive. It has been for the past few days, ever since a handful of those new arrivals went missing. Ever since the black hole drew impossibly, suddenly close, all at once. Ever since the Tears of Fayumi began to talk with Samishi and help out in the commune and pitch in however and wherever they could to assuage fears, to rally hope. And this activity only heightens now, only draws to an even greater feverish pitch when even more newcomers arrive, stepping through these gates with the vast, dusty basin at their backs, bruised but intact from the rough descent that everyone in here saw from high up above these walls. And yet, these strangers come not seeking succor, but offering it, carrying with them supplies, equipment, clothing, food, water. Dom, as your crew walks through these gates after Stovall, you see looks of reasonable suspicion around you begin to turn into raw, bleeding wonder and awe at the supplies you're carrying, especially the water. There is wariness, of course, how could there not be? But there's also hope. So much open, desperate hope from a community that has been through so much in such a short amount of time. And then, before any of you can truly settle in, truly sniff each other out, you hear a name being shouted. A name you recognize, a name everyone in your crew recognizes. Tamina's name. But it's not any of you shouting it, but a person from within this curious crowd around you, now pushing and squeezing frantically her way all the way through until she reaches out into the front, and you see Kari. The woman who had shoved you into the shuttle. Kari. The woman who had saved your life at the cost of her own. Kari, the sister of Tamina, emerges from this crowd, eyes wide, filled with tears, disbelieving, dressed in a way you've never quite seen her dressed before, age clearly scarring and marring her skin, her eyes, her face, but it's her. There's no doubt about it. And for a brief, impossible moment of held breath, held bodies, held minds, held souls, both sisters regarding each other as they might regard a ghost. Both of them scared now, suddenly, to come close. Scared to confirm this. Scared that this might all be some grand illusion or fantasy or dream. And then Tamina rushes forward, and Kadi embraces her, and they're laughing and crying all at once, and they're trembling in disbelief. And with that, it's like an invisible wall between your groups breaks. A barrier breaking down between stranger and friend, between suspicion and hope. And the others in the community come forward, taking the supplies from your arms, greeting your crew with smiles and warmth as though you're family. And in this rush, you spot a familiar face yourself. Begun. A dozen feet away or so, his eyes catch yours across the tops of heads, and they widen briefly in shock and surprise at seeing you, of all people, here, now. But then that shock settles into a deep, unspoken understanding. Wordlessly, Begun lifts his chin and jerks his head in the direction of a gleaming structure at the top of a nearby hill. And you know what you have to do.
It is a wordless reply across the crowd, not that anyone would hear it anyway. But Dom looks at Begun and then walks off in the direction he indicated.
And you can feel Begun's eyes, warm, protective, disbelieving, hopeful, on you as you make your way up, up, up through the hills of this impossible sanctuary, up, up, up to the highest peak, until you find them. Azalis Raid, in the shadow of a beautiful greenhouse, sitting at the top of an outer wall, gazing out into the distance beyond the commune, out into the dust, perhaps, out into the past, out into the smoking wreckage of the Sayumi Harrier, still visible as pylons of dark, black fog. How do you approach them?
I think Dom knows that he's not a particularly stealthy man and has never been. And he approaches from not from behind. That's a bad idea. He knows that. But it's off to one side, angled in, kind of a slow, almost circle in towards the side. You can hear me. We know that you know I'm here.
As you scale the wall, making sure to make your presence known through sound, through sight, motion, and aura, Azalis Raid does not shift their body, does not tilt their face toward yours, does not move at all until you draw closer, ever closer, until your presence is undeniable, something that they can't wave away as a trick of the light, a trick of memory, a trick of belief. And without looking at you yet, eye still fixed on the distance, that bloodied paint slightly smeared against their face now as though they'd forgotten to refine it in the past few days. They've never forgotten to refine it. Keep that crossmark up, sharp, ready to shoot. Ozil speaks. Her voice rough, as you remember. The eye taken by dust is the only one you can see from this angle in profile. And they say, still hasn't come yet.
And Dom takes, I think, as he approaches, as they start to speak, sort of stops for a second, finds a like a piece of metal to kind of just lean on. Like, you've talked. This is the space we'll keep for now. Posts up against it, sort of half turned to face Ozzel with his body, but his eyes are looking out at the same horizon. If there's anything he does know how to do, it's how to give space. Well, it hasn't come yet.
There is a beat. And then Ozzel says, unchanging, face unmoving, only their lips cracked with dust, desperation. Freedom. The freedom from all of this pain. This heaviness in a place I can't locate in myself. It's so heavy, Tom. How am I not broken yet? Because if I break, I'll finally be free from it, won't I? But it still hasn't happened. It still hasn't come. How can a single body carry all this pain and still persist? The ancestors are laughing at me.
There are a million things Dom could say. And he's not known it. He's seen a lot of timelines, sort of, the shape of them, but he'll never remember that. And in the timelines that he hasn't seen, he probably said something a little more supportive, maybe something a little better, maybe a little bit more well thought out, but in this one here, in this moment, the only thing he can do is chuckle a little. And he says, I don't know about your ancestors, but if Firefly could see us like this, she'd be laughing.
There is a noise that isn't a laugh. It isn't a sob. It's a release of breath. At last, a release of something. Whistling between those parched lips. At the memory. At the offering from you. The ghost. And Ozzel says, he's gone. Not dead. Don't think so, at least. Just gone. Without a trace. In the same breath as that thing coming closer. Here one moment, gone the next. And for the first time since you arrived, since you scaled this wall and leaned your back against a piece of a ship that you don't yet know is a piece of a ship, Ozlis Raid moves their head ever slightly in your direction, though their gaze is still fixed on that distant horizon, and just ever slightly you see a little bit more of their expression. And you see a strain, a warbling, a ripple of some kind of unfathomable emotion clenching across their face like a fist before it briefly releases this conflict within them. And Ozil continues.
I don't miss him. No, fuck.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I couldn't either. Took me a while to get to that point.
I don't want to miss him. You would think I would be happy to see him gone, getting in my way, a walking impossibility, a distraction. But it feels worse with him gone, in a way I didn't know it could be. I was so used to him gone, Tom. And then he wasn't. And now he's gone again.
Sound rich coming from me, Silver Tongue. But you don't hurt if you don't care.
When the knife bites into flesh, it stings and it bleeds. We all know that. That's what living is. But when the flesh stitches back up, piece by piece, second by second, over time, that scar, there's no person alive who'd take a knife to scar over a knife to flesh. And looking at him, looking at you, that's that blade against that scar.
Yeah. It's here. They don't need me to do the job they know how to do. If, and as much as it's good to see you, I don't want to hurt you. So I'll tell you what I'm thinking of doing. If he's gone, there's one place he's going. You know that. So, I'm gonna see if I can borrow an outrider, head southeast. Yeah. So, you're welcome to come if you like. And if you need time to do whatever it is to figure out, you can have that too. I'm not gonna push.
A slow, shallow nod. And finally, Azalis Raid turns fully to look at you. Her gaze no longer on the distance, no longer on the horizon, but that one black and orange gold eye on you. And you see their expression in its entirety. The pain of it, the grief of it. Broken open, there is something raw, deeply vulnerable, electric, painful to look at. Ozil says to you,
I don't know that man that came back. The one that found me here. I don't know him. No. I wanted to know him before all of this. That was the man I needed him to be. But it's too late now. Back there, all you're gonna find is a ghost. Ghost of a man who didn't even exist. Till it was too late.
Maybe. Maybe all he is a ghost. But if he is, I feel like I want to make sure he's buried before I go. I've done it once. Should probably do it again, huh?
How do you do it, Dom? How do you keep going?
I didn't for a while. And I think that's what made it hard for me, for you. But Dom Pat's the bandolier he wears, even now. A decade later. I think she deserves to see me do better. And I haven't for a while, so I've got a lot to make up for.
Ozil's eye widens ever so slightly. And unconsciously, the movement is entirely on instinct. One of their hands raises and touches the side of their face where that red paint is, and slowly lowers. The fingers, tips of them, stain gently crimson.
Then you better get there. To find him. Or to bury him.
Yeah.
Before Dom leaves, on a personal outrider, cutting a dusty path through this desiccated wasteland toward Haruna Valley, he makes sure he greets each of the tiers, briefly but meaningfully, saying hello, saying farewell, saying, I'll see you later. And as that line of dust vanishes into the distance and a stray breeze gusts across the outer walls of the Erebor estate, the plans of the tiers continue to be placed in motion. And each of you does what you set out to do. You hope, you act, and you trust. Begun, for the next few days, becomes the point person for discussions with Samishi. They establish a rapport between each other, one of understanding and mutual respect. Their negotiations cover the specifics of materials that Samishi is able to offer, how to split this new bounty of resources coming in from Dom's crew, the exact timeline on Jack's build, everything Jack might need, and of course, tracking the folks who are pitching in to get an accurate headcount for both parties. Logistical matters, material matters, and occasionally, matters of community. Samishi continues to demonstrate that she is not unwilling to help. In fact, she is very amenable to this plan of yours and quite understanding. She just can't give up on the garden as a home, as a place, as an idea. And so, the fusion reactor remains the one thing that Samishi cannot lend, that Begun cannot secure. And Begun gets it too. He knows where she's coming from. He has his lines in the sand too. He doesn't push the issue more than is necessary, and understands that Samishi Erebor is helping in the ways that she can, in the ways that she is able. As for Jack, over the next few days, Jack spends all of their time working on the impossible task made slightly less impossible by the contributions of those around her, of building a space-worthy shuttle. A shuttle that can escape the devastating gravity of apocalypse, of thousands and thousands of mortal choices, of the compounding effects of power, disproportionate power and time. And yet she does it, and yet she tries. She carves out a workstation for herself, an open space west of the main buildings of the main square. And at any given hour of the day, we see a bunch of helpers carrying scrap materials, taking direction from Jack, welding pieces together, coming back from scavenging trips. Jack pores over the schematics, draws up blueprints, redoes them, changes things on the fly, tries things out, and discards them when they don't work. In short, she does what she says she's going to do. Her best. And even though there is still doubt in the lines of her face, even though there is still worry in the downturned shape of her mouth, as she examines these plans, examines these schematics, she doesn't stop. She keeps going. And there is a sense that not all of this has to fall on her shoulders alone. Everyone around her is there to support her. There to pitch in. There to help in the ways they can too. Just like she's helping. It doesn't take the fear away, but it does spread it out. Diffuse it. As these days pass, Yinghe makes good on their pledge as well, to help out where they can, to keep an eye out, lend assistance where assistance is needed. And in this particular case, for this particular gap, the assistance is directed toward Bug. You see, these past few days, in fact, ever since Nova left, Bug has been behaving not like their usual energetic self. Not like Bug. They stick to Nose Mama's side like they are one of her scales. They ignore all of the other kids that they were initially so curious about when they first came in here and who remain desperately curious about them and their really cool, really big lizard. But they ignore them all. Oh, and it shoots really hot, really biting glares at anyone who gets too close to it. Zinnia, we find you now, being led by a concerned Yinghe toward a sandy area in the garden where the other kids like to play. But instead of joining these kids in an actual real game for maybe the first time in their life with an actual real ball, Bug is squatting off to one side, staring down at the ground where they have thrown the monk spade that Sayer made for them into the dust and is just glaring at it. And Bug is not alone. In fact, crouching next to them is Kari. And over these past few days, you've learned that Kari is not only one of several doctors in the garden, she is miraculously the sister of one of Dom's crewmates. And right now, she's talking to Bug, or rather, trying to talk to it as you and Yinghe begin to draw close. And Kari is saying, Anbu, do you really not remember me? I was in the same group as your parents. You had a fever once. I gave you some soup that we found in an old warehouse. If you'd like to talk to anyone about what happened to you or to your parents... No. I don't. You didn't come to find me then. Why should I care that you're coming to find me now? We tried to find you, Anbu. We really did, and I am so sorry that... Just go away! And Bug storms off, kicking the monk spade as they do, leaving it behind. And they just go to where Nose Mama is sleeping in the sand, and they sit down next to her scaled body.
Zinnia shares a concerned look, and I think gives a nod of understanding of, let's see what I can do, before grabbing the monk's spade and walking over to where it is sitting now. Hey.
They don't respond.
Seem to have left us.
Yeah, so?
Well, I don't think it'd be best if one of the other kids maybe grabbed it.
Whatever, they can have it if they want. I don't care.
I really think they might hurt themselves or somebody else. This is
whatever.
Sort of.
People get hurt here. That's what happens, isn't it?
We can do our best to mitigate that. If you want, I can go put it with my stuff.
Do whatever you want with it. I don't care. I don't care if you use it. I don't care if one of the kids takes it. I don't care if Nose Mama eats it. It's just whatever. I don't care about it.
Why don't you care about it?
He said we'd figure it out together. He said he'd be
And he
here.
left.
Yeah. But honestly, he's not even special. Because everyone leaves. That's what they do. That's just what people do. They leave. My parents, Cotty's group, they just leave. And all of you, you're all talking about leaving too. I don't know. When I first joined you guys, I was like, whatever. Like, guess I was curious or whatever. And you guys were fun to talk to, and you were nice nose mama. And you're talking about leaving that whole time, but I don't really care. But now you're actually trying to leave. Like, Jack's building something. Like, you're actually trying to leave, and I'm not gonna leave. This is my home.
You know, I think the "I'm not going to leave" kind of knocks Zinnia flat for a second. You don't want to leave?
No. Because I'm not a leaver. They said, I have to figure out who I want to be. And I know who I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be a leaver. So I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay with the only person that has ever left. I'm gonna stay with Nose Mama.
Bug. You're not a leaver if we all get out of here. We're gonna try to make sure everyone leaves, or everyone who wants to go goes.
Fine, whatever. Good for you. You and everyone else can leave, and me and Nose Mama, we're gonna stay.
Bug, you're one of us. You know that, right?
Whatever. I don't care. I don't care about you. I don't care about any of you. Just leave me alone. Just go away, Zinnia. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Zinnia looks hurt, actually. Their face falls a little. But they nod. I'll take care of this whenever you're ready for it back. Just come and grab it.
And there's a moment where it looks like Bug's either going to break down into tears or just go silent. But then it really quickly stands up, and instead of allowing itself to lean or dissolve into either of those two options, they just let out a "Ah!" and they storm off, waking Nose Mama, who lets out a lifting her head before dropping it back down. And you see Kari nearby watching all of this, looking remorseful and just sad. So does Yinghe. But what is there to do? You're not the one they need to hear this from. You're not the one they need in this moment. As the days pass, Libra Dunnan does exactly what they said they'd do. They keep watch on that thing in the sky that is decidedly not a black hole. On the eye of the heart of emptiness. They stake out their claim on the top of what used to be a lavish pagoda and has since been transformed into a much more pragmatic lookout tower, outfitted with solar panels, wind turbines, electrical wiring, scouting equipment, other scattered supplies. Libra is rarely seen on the ground floor of the garden nowadays, only really coming down briefly for food and to update the tiers on that black hole. Not that there's much to update you all on. It's just there. Unmoving. Empty. Zinnia, You find Libra on the roof of this pagoda. They are sitting on the ceramic tile, their spyglass down by their hip, staring up at this anomaly with their naked eyes. It's nighttime. The air up here is cold, the wind cutting, unforgiving, and the neon stars, long since obscured by a thick layer of dust, and now also by the unending, unyielding event horizon of oblivion. How do you approach Libra?
I don't think they say anything at first. I think she walks up and I think sits down nearby. How's watch going?
Libra nods slowly, and they say, you know, this is actually how I've always wanted to die. Making the thing that kills me look me in my fucking eyes. I'm not gonna give that thing the satisfaction of catching me with my back turned. Yeah, this shit is personal. Always has been.
It's not gonna kill you. We're not gonna let it.
Are we now?
Jack's working hard.
They are. They are. It's not about hard work, Sin. Never has been. Fuck. You know how fucking hard I worked before the dust came? How dirt fucking poor I still was? It's never been about hard work. World doesn't care about hard work. Lords don't care about hard work.
I get that. I think Zinnia fidgets with that ring. That's not why I came up here. To talk to you about work.
Yeah? Why'd you come up here? To enjoy the view? Not much to see anymore.
I think she turns and looks at them. I wanted to talk to you. Think you can spare a second from your watch?
Fine. But if that thing gets the jump on me while I'm looking at you, I'm never gonna forgive you. And Libra
You'll kill
looks
us
down
both.
from oblivion. When you say that, they let out a cynical but also genuine snort. That'd be poetic, wouldn't it? What a way for us to go.
Not the worst way. Definitely not the worst way. Anyway, about a few weeks ago, that talk we had, I wanted to say I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly.
Libra's eyebrows raise. They were not expecting that at all. The apology and the genuineness of it catches them off guard. For a moment, they're disarmed. They wait for you to continue, uncertain but not unwelcoming.
I'm not good at this. I also enjoy spending time with you. I enjoy the ways that you are extremely frustrating. I enjoy your jokes. I've missed. It's been lonelier at night. I don't know if you have felt the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the sex is good. Say what you want, but
It's not about that. I miss you. And I think
Huh.
she's not shying away from looking at them in that moment as she says that. She is still holding that ring for a split second, but lets go, and I think looks more resolute in saying that.
Never thought I'd see the day.
The world's ending. Helps get priorities together. Same reason I sang with y'all. You deserved that. You deserved a bit more from me.
Thank you. And it's just genuine. No snark. No sarcasm. No cutting comment. Just thank you, Zinnia. That means a lot. Shit. I've missed you too. Fuck, obviously.
Mind if I get a little closer?
Yeah, fucking come over here.
Zinnia moves over.
So does Libra.
Can I tell you about somebody? I know not the best way to do this, maybe.
When have either of us ever done the best way to do any of this? Go on. I'm listening.
Part of why I'm so bad at this is there was somebody named Juniper. When I got here, I lost him. He was probably the first person I loved, and I didn't even know how to say it. I don't think I realized it until I lost him. And it is not easy to feel for anyone like that again. And I think she fidgets with that ring one more time before maybe for Libra it might click exactly the way those two things are connected.
Mm-hmm. Libra's eyes flick down to the ring around your neck, back up at you. They're perceptive. They've always been. It's what makes them so damn infuriating. Such a good scout. And these little discrepancies about you, the pieces of sunrise you carry with you, both physically and in other ways too, in your mannerisms, in the words that you choose to say, and the values that you hold in your heart, these pieces that make you, you now. You see Libra putting them all together, assigning receiving as a gift, finally a name for one of these pieces. And they look back up into your eyes now. And they reach across this now narrow gap between the two of you, and they place a hand on top of your hand that is fidgeting with the necklace. And they say, really sounds like Juniper was really important to you. He must have been a really special person to have caught your eye.
We grew up together. Best friends and everything.
No shit. Wish I could have met him.
Her face falls for a second. Well, maybe not tonight, obviously. Before we get out of here, I already wanted to go somewhere on one of the Outriders. Do you want to come with?
Yeah. Yeah, I really do.
I think she squeezes Libra's hand. This is the most uncertain their touch has ever felt, Zinnias. The most nervous I think it's ever been. Thank you for understanding.
Of course. You know, as much as I try to fight it, you mean a lot to me. And I want to be there for you. Fuck. Sorry, all this, I
Same.
worry I sound corny. Hey, for what it's worth, I know they're gone, but they're never really gone. You know? Because you're still here.
I mean, y'all have the song, so I'm gifted a little bit of them to you too. They're part of my heart, just like you are.
Shit. That was corny. But Libra's smiling. And it's lighting up their face in this soft way that's so rare that they never show anyone else. And they lean their head in toward you, rest it against your shoulder.
I think Zinnia looks up at Oblivion. Do you mind keeping me company tonight?
Guess I can tolerate it. Just for tonight.
And the next, and the one after that.
Shit. I'm already falling in love with you. You don't have to make it easier.
So love. Interesting.
Shut up. Whatever. Just something in you sings to something in me or whatever. You repeat that to anyone, I'm killing you in your sleep.
Love you too.
You feel Libra stiffen and then relax against you. And the two of you watch Oblivion for the rest of the night. And though that undark seed still looms and there is still terror and there is still the guarantee of an ending, somehow, with them, there's a strange kind of peace, too. As the days pass, Saral busies themselves with the hard and very, very necessary work of archiving. This is why they returned to Keseki in the first place. Not just Saral, all of you. This is an archival mission, after all, and Saral is the archivist. So they fill every waking minute of every single day, helped by Dr. Wu, determined not to waste even a single second. They conduct dozens and dozens of interviews, record all of them. They sketch out extensive family trees, lineages, personal histories. They document as much as they can about everyone, from the biggest things like major life events to even the smallest, tiniest throwaway details like someone's favorite type of tea or the name of a pet they had when they were 8 years old. All of this is deemed important. Nothing is left behind. The sorting, the sifting, that can come later. Right now, it's just about collecting, writing it down, witnessing, remembering. Zinnia, you find Saral near the town square on one particular day. She's in the middle of wrapping up an interview with an elder. And as part of this interview, Saral played shogi against this elder and lost very spectacularly, basically got entirely trampled across several matches. And the elder is still chuckling as she gathers up the pieces and nods in your direction as you approach. And Saral turns to you with a small smile. Ah, Zinnia. And even from the distance, as you're getting closer, you can see the dark bags under her eyes, the exhaustion on her face. You can smell the coffee in a flask, a thermos she keeps nearby. But that smile is still there. It's real, but it is tired. And they say, I was just about to get ready for my next meeting, and then the one after that, and I think I have several more after that one as well. Just trying to jot down as many stories as I can before it gets a little too dark and the writing gets hard. Did you need something? Can I help you with anything?
I wanted to check in.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm doing great. I'm totally just trying to get it all done. Trying to make sure that nothing's forgotten.
Zinnia sits down. Can you be 100% honest with me? How are you feeling about everything?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling busy. I'm feeling like I'm doing work. I'm feeling I need to keep doing work. I'm feeling like I can't stop doing work. Not because I'm compelled to, but because it's what needs to happen for this to work. For me to keep going. And I am not going to allow myself the opportunity to stop and let doubt come in and take root and make me waver, not even for a second. So I will, and I am able to keep going.
Zinnia smiles softly. Saral reminds them so much of herself when she was a little younger. Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to make sure you were, I don't know, handling the thought of everything.
Honestly, Dr. Wu has been really supportive. She's been... Honestly, I wouldn't be able to do this without her. If I didn't have her, honestly, I probably would be spiraling and freaking out way more than I am right now. And I am tired. I'm recognizing that. I am exhausted, but I'm not doing this forever. There is an end point. Jack is going to finish the shuttle. I can keep pushing until then. I know I can. Hey, honestly, grad school was worse.
Yeah. Zinnia softens again. She fidgets with the ring. I wanted to offer you something that might help with archival.
Okay, yeah. What is it?
Well, you know I was on here for a couple of years before meeting the Tears and everybody. You're not the only one who has a tendency to write stuff down. Zinnia produces, I think, 2 journals. One that is sort of I think it says survival guide on the front. This one is pretty much anything I saw or dealt with that mostly was dangerous, but a few things that weren't. Thought you might want this. And then the other one is a journal that looks very familiar. It is old but well loved. In the inside, it has a little inscription from Zinnia's parents. This is a document of my first year here.
Your first year? Zinnia, these, thank you. And Sorrel accepts the journals. The way they do so is with great admiration, great understanding of what this means. Both the value, of course, the logistical value of the survival guide, but also the deep historical and personal value of your journal. The first one, the one that documented your arrival, that documents who you are, that contains the inscription from your parents. The weight of it isn't just in the pages, it's in the memories and the legacies that it holds. And Sorrel can feel it as you hold these out to her. And she looks up at you for you to share what you came here to share.
You're cataloging every story on Kesiki. I thought mine might be an interesting perspective to share.
Of course, every perspective is interesting and valuable, and I think it's no secret that we all know you've been something of a closed book, and none of us blame you for it. Really, we get it. I get it, as someone who trades in and is driven by the desire to not only crack open closed books, but write books of my own and share them. Thank you. I was really hoping, actually, that you, in particular, would share something with the archive. I know that your past is something of a mystery, and I've always assumed that it was for good reason, or that maybe it was... Some things are just too painful to say out loud, you know? But the story of Kesiki, it wouldn't be complete without your story, Zinnia.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to drop that off and thank you for all the work you're doing. It's important and underrated.
Thanks. You know, the Tears of Fayumi are maybe the first and only organization where I felt like I didn't have to argue and defend why history and memory is so important. But the Tears just get it, and you just get it. And thank you, Zinnia, too. I see how hard you fight for us, for Kesiki, how much you've bled, for the tears, for your home. You're a part of us. You always have been. And we're a part of you too.
Zinnia smiles, smirks more so, and I think gets up and just waves off to Saral.
Saral waves back and turns to conduct their next interview. And as the days pass, Azalis Raid stays on the wall. They don't eat. They don't sleep. The only movement they make is to take slow, measured sips from the water skin at their waist. But their eye remains fixed on that distant horizon, on the dust, on the direction that Dom headed toward, on the past that has never stopped haunting them. And Zinnia, this is where you find Azalis Raid now. It's as though they haven't moved from your last conversation up here, because, in truth, they haven't. They are the light, trapped in the dust, stuck forever in the moment of its shattering. How do you approach them?
I think, like Zinnia has done a million times before, Zinnia brings food. It's not much, but it's something. I think Zinnia sits down next to Ozil and offers it. You need to eat. You know that, right?
There's a nonverbal grunt, and you can see the other bowl of food you'd brought up a couple hours prior still next to them, untouched, stale now.
Do you think we're getting off of or getting out of here?
I don't know.
Yeah. I think Zinnia wrestles with how to do this, because this is not easy by any means. Awful. I also don't know if we're getting out of here, but I wanted to, I guess, give you something. I want to, I guess, tell you about where I come from.
At that, Azalis Raid finally takes their eye off that distant horizon, and they turn to look at you.
I don't think she looks back. I think she looks at Oblivion. It's easier. My family and I came from a group trying to help people. And we had heard about Kasaki needing help. So we made our way here. There was 4 of us. Cherrywood, Sochi, Juniper, and myself. You've heard those names, I know you have. Cherry just got her first day. All that we've found was her shield, her axe. Sochi. Monster got them. About a couple hundred days later. Nicked Juniper too. And a few days after that, Poison got Juniper. I think they shake a little as they say this. It is a weight being released from their body, and it hurts, I think, physically for them to release all of this back out. So they shake and they can't help it. I think their hands are unsteady as they tell this story. We got to Tower 19. I don't know if you remember it. I think we passed it once or twice. There's a couple of headstones there. You can put two and two together. The thing we were coming here to deal with. She gestures to the sky. I don't know what we were going to try to do, but we were going to try. And then it all went south really quickly. And I was in a haze for a few years there. It's honestly hard to remember any of it. But then I met you. And for the first time in who knows how long, I felt like I had direction, purpose, a family. And I can never repay you for that. So, before anything happens, and if it doesn't work, I needed to tell you thank you for everything. And I think she's crying by this point.
This is the first time you've ever opened up like this before to anyone in such detail, with such honesty. It lingers between the two of you, this gift of yours. And there is a warmth to it. The same kind of warmth that a bowl of homemade soup shared with a stranger might emanate. And Ozalise Raid does something they've never done with you, with anyone, really, in 8 years. They reach across the distance, and they place a hand on your shoulder. And there is so much unspoken in that touch. That's always how it's been between the two of you. Words are extra. It's the presence, the connection, the invisible bond, like recognizing like, that bridges you, that binds you, connects you. You are both in so much pain. You both carry so much grief. few days ago. They shared it with you. And now you share it with them. And Ozelise Raid says,
Well, in that case,
and they lift their eyes to oblivion. To the thing you came here to stop. To the thing that's still here. To the work that is not yet done. And they say,
it looks like we have a lot of work left to do.
and using your shoulder to steady themselves. For the first time in days, they stand.
Anya, I think, gets to her feet too, and almost a moment that feels juvenile for who she is now. Wipes her eyes, wipes the I think the snot from her nose, and smiles for a quick second. You know, you haven't eaten in a while. You might need help down.
They grunt, and they allow you to help them unsteadily, but in a way that they need. Up and down from the wall. And finally, Ozelise Raid looks down and away from the distant horizon, and they turn their gaze back to the work. And we're going to go to break there. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Go stretch your limbs, have some water, grab a snack. Lord knows I'm going to do that. Enjoy our sponsor reel in the meantime. Oh my goodness. What a first half. Oh my God. Of a stream so far. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Bisho. Transplay nerds, you know what time it is. Sponsor Connie time. For Arc 4, we're collaborating with the Working Families Party, who are building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live for everyone. You might be thinking, why does a political party care about a queer tabletop show? As it turns out, the Working Families Party believes in the power of fandom to effect positive political change in the real world. So do we. As a Transplay nerd, you're no stranger to just how political our show can be and how our stories are never just fiction. In fact, let's take an action together right now by signing a petition by the Working Families Party to break up big media companies. This cause means a lot to us personally as indie actual play performers fighting censorship, telling authentic stories, and resisting authoritarianism. Go to bit.ly/WFPtrans and add your name to the list. By signing this petition, you will join the Working Families Party's mailing list and receive opportunities to help them organize, educate, and fundraise. So let's build a better future together. Howdy, Transplay nerds. It is, once again, Sponsor Connie time. Arc 4 is proudly sponsored by Hero Forge, a website where you can design and print your very own custom miniatures. But you already knew that, didn't you? Because the spectacular Hero Forge has sponsored us every single arc so far. We've stuck together through all sorts of exciting updates, like Hero Forge Pro, statuettes, color-printed plastic, premium plastic, but now, it's time. It's time for one of the most exciting Hero Forge updates ever. Custom dice. Hero Forge is now offering 3D printed custom dice, where you can put literally anything into the clear material of the die. Each die is printed in the same layers as the item or character bust inside of it, resulting in a solid, perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. You decide the size, color, and shape of your die, the size and color of the numbers on top, and, of course, what the die contains.
Put a frog in it.
Don't die-lay! Visit bit.ly/transforge to design your very own custom miniature or custom dice today. Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome back to the back half of this stream of the Chaos Protocol. Before we get right back into things, as always, just a reminder of content warnings for this session. Content warnings for this particular episode may include fantasy violence, grief, death of loved ones, complex relationships, interpersonal conflict, romance, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, surrealism, guns as weaponry, youth in dangerous situations, and references to classism and the loss of children. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. To get a look at these content warnings at any time, in the Twitch chat, use !CW. Otherwise, in YouTube and in Twitch, our incredible mods will be copying and pasting these content warnings in the chat, so you can just tab over to chat to take a look at them at any time that you might want or need. Great. And with that out of the way, let's begin. When you were young, you dove too deep into a lake. Your body slipped. Your body slipped beneath the surface. Your body slipped beneath the surface like a knife parting flesh. It was easy, effortless. You kept your eyes open against the current and swam deeper and deeper, far more than you should have gone, just to see what it was like down there. Just to know. You found your answer. It was the quietest place in the world. So quiet it still rings in your ears sometimes, long after you died. It was cold, too. Yes. Very cold. Heavy as well. The water had a presence, had an opinion, had a reaction to you. Right before the panic set in, the bottom of Haruna Lake was the loudest silence you've ever found in the journey. Until now. The nothing is unquiet, unloud, unheavy, unsoft. It lacks coldness and warmth in equal measure. There is no direction here, no up or down, east or west. There is no light, no sound, no air, no movement, no space, no time. You, the unsinging ghost, you are the only thing in the empty. What you see now, what you sense, they surface in your mind like half-forgotten dreams, more conceptual than visual. There are echoes in this empty place. You feel them now, reverberating against the dusty contours of your soul, the echoes of every person who has ever passed through this gateway. A laugh here, a scent there, a pair of eyes flashing in the light, smooth skin, a bitter taste in your mouth, anger, regret, fear, and then, as gently as they come, they fade, like fireflies greeting the dawn. The emptiness is not just without. It is within. You feel it squirming inside of you. The strip of void that the patron saint of mortals had peeled from the surface of oblivion and stitched into your soul. In here, it will be the last part of you that fades. You understand this instinctually, like a raptor learning to kick. You understand other things, too. There is no time in this place that is not a place, aside from the time you bring into it. And that time is limited. It is limited by what you can give to the void. Not to feed it, for it does not hunger, but to prolong the distance between you and the inevitable end. So long as one has thread left to spend, they can stay here. The thread can be emotion, can be memory, willpower, magic, divinity. But nothing is infinite. Nothing can hold on forever. You're fading, Zynon, already. What do you spend to stay here as you try to find Lumira?
The specter of Zynon Esh, a verdant green soul cracked through with molten creation. It even cracks through his soul, you see. Because yes, there is that strip of nothing. And there is this tangle of other things. But cracking through all of it, we see Zynon's golden divinity. An understanding that this will cost. He will spend every ounce of it inside of him to find Lumira.
Godhood. Powerful, strong, pours out of you in dense clouds of opaque white mist. The divinity of the Forge Master, the divinity of the city of heaven itself, it lingers in this void, real and immaterial at the same time, before it, too, fades, leaving a trail in your wake. This godhood is powerful. It is potential crystallized in an uncatchable, untouchable form. It contains a lot of everything. And you know, as you feel your way through the empty, that this godhood can sustain you here for some time, yes, but not forever. And then you sense it. The red. The tether. The thread. Linking Seir and Lumira somewhere in the void, you sense it. How do you grasp for it? Reach toward it. Attempt to follow it.
He's here because he turned his head and chose this direction and walked. But to get here, he crossed a threshold being held open by Seir. By their very strong hands. By their sheer force of will. And so it is not something he goes searching for, but it is like a diver with a line pulling themselves. He reaches his hand out, and just as if he were reaching for Seir in the dust, in the city of heaven, wherever they have been, his hands wrap around his bulwark, a tether back, but also a tether forward to his healer, his chronologist. Somewhere in there, the two of them bound together is comforting. And he can feel it, and he simply pulls on it and walks the line.
With the line as your guide, this thread of death and blood and choice and rebirth, Seir's soul and Lumira's soul intertwined in a profane and utterly mortal act of free will. You follow it toward her. Sayir, as Zynon steps across the gateway, your second and final tether to the past vanishes into oblivion, and you become unmoored from the journey. Color, sound, sensation, thought, all of these things bleed into dense, infinite lines all around you. The lodestar steading begins to stretch until it reaches all the way across and into the horizon, and the stars above your head burst into flame and churn in infinite circles. The branches of the world tree burst through the Red River, surging past your chest, your mouth, your head, and the sandalwood throne of the Emperor of Heaven looms now at the end of a tunnel in Hane Cove. You are flying beyond the grasp of the journey. You are rooted in singular place, your blades seizing around that gateway, and that black hole is the only fixed point in space and time as reality implodes, collapses, breaches around you. Or is it you who is imploding, collapsing, and breaching around reality? You are being flung somewhere unknown. You are being flung somewhere bad. You are being flung nowhere at all, really. And then, before it's too late, a hand on your back, directly over the scar tissue of the rebar that pierced your unbeating heart. The hand glitches in and out of reality, a ghost caught in static, but it's there. And it grounds you, stabilizes you, roots you in a space, in a time. The world stops spinning, you stop imploding, and you come to a screeching halt in a place you have been before one time. A liminal, cosmic space, a breath beyond breath. The threads between the journey. Strings of light, of sound, thought, vibration, luck, death, blood, mist, fire, every possibility, every shape, every structure, percolating down, up, sideways, beneath you, above you, around you, strings as wide as molecules and as narrow as galaxies, as long as sentences and as short as heat deaths, strings woven by fate, stretching across the gaps of oblivion, humming songs of magic, filaments of flesh, of fabric, of void. The gateway is still in front of you. The black hole has not wavered this entire time. Doom is still here, antlers locked against yours, blue eyes burning with ontological fear. And behind you, hand on your back, the drifter says, "Help me help you."
It's you. What do you need?
And as soon as you agree, you feel that hand root, become more solid, briefly for a moment, as you accept their offer of help, as you return it, as you offer your assistance in turn. And the drifter says to you, "We, in this moment, we are energy. We can draw the arrow back on the bowstring of time. Clear a pathway here, in the threads between, through the journey, so the arrow can strike true. I need you here as my conduit. I will open a hole in the weft of reality, so the arrow can pass through safely. Our target will be the present. Your present, let's be clear. And the markswoman, well, she's not here yet, is she? Always so late, all the time. But when she gets here, the arrow will fly. We must provide the tension. Do you understand?
Not entirely. But I know you are real. I knew those fangs. I have a million questions. I'll do it. Sorry, old man.
There's no time to answer them all. There's never any time to answer them all. You are the conduit, Seir. Your present, your future. I need you to fix it in your mind. Visualize it. The place, the time that you came from. That all of you came from. Hold it. There. For you. For me. For all of us. I'll do the rest.
And Sarah closes his eyes. In this moment, he thinks of the visuals, of the feeling of the connection between himself and all those they had left behind, no, left in the present, in the now. And Sayer thinks of Shadow, a soul so wispy it fell through his fingers. He thinks of the smell of sand and dust and the laughter, bubbling joy of Bug. And he feels stone, earthy stone beneath him, steadying him, buoying him through this everything. Zinnia. In her, Bug. Zinnia. In her, Bug. Zinnia Azalis. In her, Bug. Zinnia Azalis. Dom. And he focuses and he remembers all of them. Begun. All of the tears together in the garden, Samishierber. And he hones in on that moment of that space as he grips tightly to patience and violence. And he looks up at the blazing fury within his creator's face.
The drifter's hand leaves your back as you fix the future, the present, and all of the people in it in your mind. You can sense some of the threads in this place between beginning to vibrate, and that shadowy, featureless, glitching, staticky silhouette rises into your peripheral vision, floating up and also beyond, underneath, and also to the side, as limbs come forward, what appear to be hands and fingers stretching upward, doing something with some kind of magic. But there's no time to look at what the drifter is attempting to do. It is doom staring you dead in the eyes. And when he speaks, oh, Seir, he growls the most words he's ever growled to you up until this point, in a rusted voice that sounds like it hasn't been used since time itself began. And Doom says, "This is not possible. You cannot do this. You cannot retrieve something, anything, back from nothing. This is not how the journey works. When it takes you, you are gone."
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. This thread, this tautness, this pull I feel, it's them. Father, it's them.
It is not belief. It is the law. It is the rule. It is how the journey works. This thread, it goes both ways. Yes, it connects you to her. But it also brings her closer to us, to everything. When this fails,
both you and our present, our future, our everything will collapse into nothingness. That is the risk. That is the chance that widens with every passing second that gateway stays open.
Sayer is in an impossible precipice. You choose to be saved, protected, held by his creator in this moment, to hold everything together as truly the son of everything he's ever wanted, everything he's always begged to be acknowledged of him. The people he loves, who are right beyond this door, right in the void, right in nothing. And Sayer furrows his brow and looks helplessly at his creator. But you have me too. I cannot make that choice. It's not a choice I could ever make. That's not a choice I can live with. Let me go. Let me go to them. Let me try. Isn't that my purpose?
I cannot let you go. I cannot let you do this. She is
Why won't you have
gone.
faith in me?
And in that moment, Sayer, it is not Doom's voice that resonates in your head, but Magic's voice that reverberates the words. Back in Inferno, in that place beyond place, in that frozen moment in time, the warning Magic issued you, and you hear his voice now, the memory of it. Oh, but the precepts, we are not people. We do not possess free will. We are the immutable laws of the multiverse, given form. And as Doom repeats, I cannot let you do this. This is not possible. You see it in those blazing eyes. You see it in the rippling fur. You see it in the jagged antlers. This is not a matter of belief or choice or faith or decision or desire. This is not a choice for Doom to stop you. It is not a choice for Doom to not believe in you or to not have faith in you. No, Doom is behaving as that immutable law of the multiverse given form. He is on a fundamental level, not even really a he, is he? It's a law. It's a precept. It is incapable of understanding why you are still even now holding on. What you are attempting to do, it simply does not map on to reality, to the laws of the journey, to the structure of the fabric of everything. The words coming out of his mouth, she's already gone, she cannot be saved. These are not opinions, these are facts. When you fail, this is not an opinion, this is a fact. And yet, Sayer, you are mortal. You have free will, for it was the free will of mortals that undid Keseki. From the weft of her will, it was the free will of mortals that undoes Inferno. From the weft of her will, it is the free will of mortals. One of the least powerful beings in the entire structure of the journey that allows pieces of the journey to be undone, to be their own, to be freed, yes, but also to be at risk. For that is the cost. That is the cost of free will. But perhaps it is a cost one must be willing to pay to get the things one desires. And Doom sees in you a similar thing that you are seeing in him right now, which is that there is a fundamental obstacle, barrier between the two of you. For you have a choice, and you have free will, and he does not.
You can't make the
And
choice. You can't choose. And Sayer takes a step back, loosening that tension between antlers. And he understands another fundamental truth. He is mortal, facing down a law. He will not win this fight. But maybe, he cannot run it. And so he looks deep into Doom's eyes and says, "Sorry. This is all I've ever wanted, but you're going to have to stop me." And he's going to unhook his antlers, remove the tension from the blades, and start darting towards the direction that Lumira and Zayden are.
Which is into the seed?
Into wherever the drifter is guiding me. She said I need to be her conduit. I'm putting my faith in her. Whatever
Okay.
she is.
Okay. As you spring away from Doom and turn toward the drifter in this attempt to flee, Doom lets out a bristling growl, and he says, "So be it. If I cannot make you see the truth, then I will do what I must, for this cannot happen again!"
Again.
And Doom pulls his antlers away, and all of that ontological force as you spring apart, all of that, the pressure of it all, the pressure of everything, gone. And Doom's form ripples. It vibrates, it transforms and contorts before your very eyes. It turns into something else. The black fur covering the top half of his skin grows and grows and grows until it covers his entire body, and his whole body distends until it is not just his head that resembles a stag, but his entire form. It rises 10, 12, 15, 1,000, a million, infinite feet tall, and the broken red threads dangling from his antlers tremble and turn into crimson rivers, trails of blood, shooting stars and falling mountains as he ducks his massive head and gores his horns the size of planets, not at you, but at the thread that binds you to Lumira, with the intention to sever it in one fell swoop before you can escape.
No, 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 no! And Sayer starts booking it. He shields his arms over the thread like cradling a baby. He is running and rushing past this everything, this space, away from that great titan that bears down upon him. And he darts and moves, and he's trying. What can he do? What can he do? He can't win this. He should say violence is not enough. It's not enough. And he thinks of every single training circuit he has ever done in the halls of Trans. Arms weighted down, legs weighted down, chest weighted down, in the weight of impossibility and nothing. Did she train me for this? Why would she train me for this? And Sayer runs and darts between falling mountains and blazing sky, trying to shield himself away from Lumira, but it is not enough. He needs something else. Something. And Sayer digs deep in this moment, trying to find something he does not have here, but something he could maybe have in a different life, in a different path, behind a different door. He thinks of his sister. Beautiful magic that she loved to wield, and as he is falling, tumbling through empty space, I'm going to attempt to manifest platforms for me to run down like steps to create space between me and Doom.
You are in the threads between. Anything is possible. What color are these platforms?
blue with shades of wisps of black. They've got cracks to them, though. They don't levitate with elegance and poise. They don't make music. When he steps onto them, they feel discordant. But they work. And they buoy his legs. And that's all that matters right now.
One after the other, these cracked, wispy blue and black platforms explode, unravel, spindle and weave themselves into existence underneath your feet, just like they had with Sing, but also so unlike Sing. And just in time, too, as with this new elevation, you lift this precious, mortal, fragile, and powerful thread up out of the way of those two huge severing antlers, barely missing it. The gust of it causes the weave, the thread binding you to Lumira, to ripple like a sound effect, like a vibration given form. And now, Doom, the black fur of the stag, it melts down underneath your platforms. You see it swirling in pitch black void like a tar pit collapsing. But this liquid is alive. It is an ocean of darkness underneath you, writhing, bubbling, coagulating, rising up to meet you into a hissing serpent. No, not hissing, crackling. The seams between its pitch black scales glowing with heat, red and hot and burning. 3 eyes, one for each of the scions, pop open on its arrow-shaped head, each a pit of pure incandescent flame. And when Doom opens Aregnus's mouth, when he was the wild sea, you see fangs of oil and a tongue of whipping, vicious fire, and that tongue lashes out, trying to burn the threads away with its impossibly hot flames.
Shit. And Sayer, again, what the blade's going to do here? He is no longer wielding the power of Doom. Doom is coming for him. This is a different fight. And Sayer keeps running, keeps darting, and he feels the heat, the licking of fire and Fang just clipping against his ankles and his abs. And Sayer thinks inside himself something else. Maybe I'd taken more interest in bows and arrows. Maybe this would have been the time. Maybe it is the time. And Sayer brushes his hands against the weaves of the threads of everything, trying to manifest that war bow, that powerful bow that Artemis had him try all those many years ago when he was, 13, 14? Something there, and he attempts to pull it out from the weave.
It comes out of several of the threads between, just floating in this liminal space around you. That war bow, how does it sit between your fingers and your hand? How heavy is it? And how do you use it to try to evade Doom's fire?
It feels like the weight of everything. Every possibility, chosen and unchosen. And Sayer, in his fingers, manifests 3 arrows that he puts between his fingers and against the bow. As he pulls and pulls the string close to his cheek, it cuts him. And he releases those arrows, and he's going to aim those 3 arrows for each head of the scions that's represented by the serpentine Aregnus.
As the mouth of the serpent darts forward, the arrows fly with an immense force that, were you not in this space, you would not be able to conjure. And as the arrows fly forward, out from the serpent's maw, Doom's voice, though the serpent's jaws themselves do not clack together, and you hear him say, "You know not what those arrows do, what their purpose is." And as he launches his massive serpentine maw toward you, the black oil serpent, the flames collapse, and the arrows fly harmlessly through white mist. Now, the oil is gone. Everything is white and cloud-like. There is mist all around you, obscuring all of the strings, all of the pillars of every thread, in the threads between, and you see, in the distance, close to you on one side, and then the other, shrouded in this opaque mist, a beast whose silhouette is barely visible, though you recognize it, the hard yet curved
edges of it, and then you see glinting out through the mist at you, glowing mirrors for eyes, and you see your own arrows reflected back at you, shooting from another direction as your attack is deflected, and they cut across the space, not toward you, but toward that red thread.
And Sayer in this moment feels the weight of everything, the voice of his father, and he just yells out helplessly, "You can just stop this! You don't need to do this! I have made my choice and you have made yours! Just let it be! Just let it be! Fuck!" And Sayer in this moment thinks of Shalang in the city of heaven, that demon he bit into, the blue blood that stained his lips and his cheeks all the way down to his chest. And that Monk spade, that moon spade he wielded, that he forged for Bug, and in this moment he tries to manifest in his palm his own polearm that he will use to try and deflect those arrows.
It into existence right from this dense incorporeal mist. What color is this pole arm, and what is the blade on the end of it shaped like?
The actual Mon spade is the colors of blue and black on the main staff. The blades, unlike the incredible spade-like quality that he had lovingly forged for Bug, it is a two-wielded crescent-bladed polearm.
The three arrows shoot toward that fragile thread. How do you use this double-bladed polearm version of your crescent blades to knock the arrows away or intercept them or protect the thread?
He just slices them using the sharp edges on either blade to cut them while they're in mid-flight before they touch that thread. I won't let you touch it! Don't you get it? I can't live with that choice! You can't sever me from her!
And you see those glowing eyes like mirrors, like lanterns, as the arrows just plume into mist from contact from your weapon. And you, of course, you recognize this form of doom as well. One of the god beasts, of course, from the devouring in the city of heaven. One half of a pair. But Tada's sister is not here. Tada other half, the other god beast you fought in the palace, it's missing. No, it's repressed. It's denied. Well, either way, Doom is here, and Ta is dangerous, and Ta strikes in yet a new form as the arrows collapse. All of the white in one instant, like a single drop of blood filling a glass from the bottom up, it fills crimson, and it's no longer cloud-like and misty, but liquid, raining down around you, surging, an omen of your own death, coming back to life to haunt you. Swelling with rage and wrath and unyielding spite, thick as viscous blood, powerful enough to doom an entire civilization in a single crashing wave, the tide of the red river of inferno pulls back, capped with bone-white froth like biting, gnashing vampiric teeth, and it pounds down at you, crashing and roaring, relentless, with all the power of life and death intertwined in an unholy union. And you know what it's trying to do. It's trying to wash away the thread itself, drag it back to the depth whence it was born.
There was only one thing that saved me that day from the omen of my own death. There was only one thing, one person that saved me, and that was Lumira. If this precept for a moment, if my own father for a single moment thought I was going to let that drown in the river, he has another thing coming. And manifesting from deep within him a song. A song. Something he doesn't recognize and doesn't know, for she has not told him yet. A song from somewhere deep within her. and Sayer attempts to manifest a vine, a long-stringed instrument that he has to hold aloft with his legs as the tides are coming for him, as he presses all his fingers down the strings and strums to push the wave away from the threads.
A vibration ripples out from these strings, and the sound that comes out is one that is not familiar to you. It is a song. It is pure magic from a world that has been forgotten by all but one, that is no more except within the core, the heart, the soul of one person alone in the journey, and the song of Tungal washes outward and pummels against the red wave. There's a moment as these two forces collide, and in the middle of it all, dead center, that black hole, the gateway, the seed of annihilation, framing this fight, and floating above it, the drifter orchestrating threads into place, clearing the pathway that the arrow must fly through in order to strike true. And
I'm running out of ideas!
We pan up into that gateway now, and we drop through. Zynon, you follow the red thread. For what feels like an eon. For what feels like no time at all. Time is so strange in this not place. There is no sense of it passing, except by the divinity that becomes less and less and less in you as more and more of it is tithed to the empty. So you can last in here just another fragment of a moment longer. You follow the thread, you hold it like a diver going into the depths of the Haruna. And then, all of a sudden, or is it gradually, you see her. Lumira. Not as an echo, not as a memory, lingering in the infinite void, like all these other echoes, but as Lumira. Her soul, her magic, her body, still here, still tethered to life somehow by that fragile yet endlessly powerful thread spun from the blood of mortal choices. She's not alone. There's another presence, close to her, next to her, behind her, beyond, above. Sing. Exactly as you remember. Their bright smile and pink eyes flashing across your memory like a firework before it fizzles out. But the presence of Sing lingers. A white mane of hair, antlers, flowing robes stitched from the finest thread, a willpower so strong it can still command memory. You are muted.
Zynon walks, floats, just kind of appears. This specter, strangely devoid of many of his usual markings. Ghosts don't necessarily wear markings, but still his has cracks that as he is here longer and longer change from molten to glistening and less, and he sees, feels, he knows who he is in the presence of. Lumira, sing.
You died too?
Well, not really. Not this time.
Then what the fuck are you doing here?
I'm here for you. Come come on. Sierra's holding the door open. We gotta get going. We gotta go.
And Lumira, her presence here in the Nothing Plane for a while was just a constellation of stars. But she hears Zynan's voice, and for a minute, her heart, or whatever's left beating of it, stops and skips because he's here with her. But that immediately gets schooled away. She's finally at a point now. She understands and accepts the consequences of her actions. And in the wildest of terms, even understanding she's found salvation? No. Peace. And you're ruining that, Zynan.
He looks confused. He came here with urgency. He made the hardest choice he has ever made. A choice that he tried to make more than once and only managed to make it just this one time for the very first time to come here. Because he needs you. And so, to be rejected is a little bit surprising because he's here because Seer loves her. He's here because Seer loves him. He is here because everything needs us. Everything. Lumira, we don't have a lot of time. And he motions to the cloud, the essence, the divinity that is leaving him. I shouldn't even be here.
You shouldn't. And Lumira stands, and her typical 5'9", 5'10"-esque frame seems so much bigger now. Because it's not just her corporeal form, but it is just a constellation that you can still make out from memory what she looks like. You have a lot of nerve, Sidenesh.
What?
You ask the impossible of me, and look at where it got me. Here. Gone. Nothing. Nothing. I wasn't enough. Answer me!
I'm here because I need you. You are
you
enough,
need
but it's
me
not
now.
Lumira, I always need you. I have more.
When you need something from me, what I can do.
Okay.
And she stands, and you feel a wisp come past you, and you can tell that it's her form colliding with yours in this.
And he is small, and he is getting smaller with time, less substantial even than before. He just takes it.
I gave up everything for you.
I was wrong.
Yeah, you were. You fucking were. I can't even look at you right now.
Why didn't you? Yeah, that's for later. And you can see him try and start to spark
Speak your
some.
piece.
I didn't know. You didn't tell me.
So it's my fault.
No, it ain't. Because Zainanesh is practiced in fighting with people that he loves. His home is a place of barbs and jabs as much as it is a place of love, of kissing and holding and sweet. He knows how to fight, and he knows when to bare his teeth and when to just listen.
For years, I have bit my tongue for you and all your shit.
I'm sorry.
Don't fucking patronize me, Zynon.
Then I will be sorry later. I just
I don't
need you to
want
come
your
with me.
I don't want. No! I finally fucking found peace here. I finally got a chance to breathe. And
At
here
what
you are
cost?
At what cost? Me.
Your peace isn't just you. I wouldn't ever weigh you against the universe.
But you did.
I didn't know, Lumira.
You knew what I could do and you knew it was powerful. Yeah, correct. I didn't tell you everything, and that's my fault. But you knew what I could do was major.
I did.
And you still asked. And look at where it got me. Here. And honestly, I have to thank you. Genuinely.
Why?
Because I don't hurt anymore. This here... And she looks at you, her voice breaking because even she can't really tell now where this ire is stemming from. But you are the most direct target. How dare you make me care enough about you, about all of this? To even do something as fucking ridiculous as...
Lumira.
No,
Lumira.
I knew, and I still did it anyway, and that's your fucking fault, Zynon. It's yours. All of this shit, every last fucking bit of this, is on your back. Yours, not mine.
Being alive. Making choices. It's messy. And complicated. It's wet. But Lumira, I am not just here to ask you to come back with me because I need you. Because I love you. I did not say it, and I was wrong. But Lumira, I'm here to ask you. I'm begging you to save everything with me from what we've done. And when he says everything, it is the shape of the journey. It is the shape of everything that he knows is at stake here if Lumira goes away, but also it is the shape of Keseki, a verdant, desiccated Keseki that sits on the end of a pin, and it is also, just as he said for all of those years at every meeting of LSSG you ever went to, his whole world was Doxa Esh, and here and now his everything is Lumira.
Once again, Lumira is the one that comes to save. No one ever looks out for her well-being, only she does. But when everyone is hurting, when everyone is falling, when everything is falling to shit, that's when you call on me.
Lumira,
I don't.
as this anger, this rage, this fury bubbles up inside of you within the nothing plane, within this emptiness, it is something you can feel hot and life-giving. And it is this man in front of you, Zion Esh, who you love with your entire heart. Zion Esh, that is inflaming this anger, that is taking it as you vent it out on him. Yes, much of it strikes true. Much of it lands on the target it was intended for. But much of it spills over from a deeper place inside of you. You're still not quite sure where it comes from, but the more that it spills out of you, the clearer it becomes for you, the harder it is to look away from. Because here in the empty, you can't hide from yourself. Every part of you is examined by the soul before it fades. There is no dishonesty. Not at the end. What is it, Lumira? Where is the true source of so much of this anger?
In the amount of time that Lumira has spent here in nothing, she's never been anything but introspective. And I think a lot of this is bubbling off because I think Lumira is starting to see and realize she is so much more like Sinan than she ever expected. She spent so many years watching this man and understanding that he was messy and complex and complicated and broken. And she thought she was above, as ignorant as it sounds. But I think more than anything else, she's starting to realize that the more she screams, the more she unloads, the more she reams into Zion, that she's actually looking in a mirror. And a lot of this ire, uncertainty, unforgiveness, desperation, and vulnerability is being poured right out of her and sloshed back onto her shoes.
You're mad at yourself, Lumira. You're too smart not to know it. Way too smart not to know it. Because, yes,
there is rightful anger toward a father who asked the impossible of his daughter, toward a father who did not understand the power that he wields, the power that you have always had, Zynon, that you've never allowed yourself to see within yourself, that you've always denied and dismissed when the possibility of it percolated within your soul. This power of yours in your hands? Who? A mere mortal? A farm boy from Keseki? Some ghost? Oh, but you do have power. Zynon, your power is the bonds you have with other people, is the respect and admiration in Lumira's eyes for you, is the care, protection that Sayir has for you, the adoration and love Sing has for you. Oh, you know this power well. You've been on the receiving end of it, intimately. So many times in your life, so deeply in your life, Zynon Ash. You learned it from Ija. Ija. You would have done anything, everything Ija asked you to do. And you did. You did do everything Ija asked you to do. Even when it hurt you. Ija had their reasons, of course. They always had their reasons. They always had good reasons for asking. Times were tough. Hunger is bitter. But still, it's power. And you see it now in the parts of the rage that land true on you. But, Lumira, there are parts of this rage that splash right back onto your feet. Because you are too smart not to know that had you allowed yourself the chance to think about Zynon's ask for just a second, you would know that it was a terrible idea.
This is not about me right now.
No. Not just you. It's about Artemis. Zinnia. Ozil. Your mothers. They would be disappointed in you. And they would not be wrong for being disappointed in you. But... And Sing's voice. For the first time since Zynon approached, since Zynon reached the gateway, Sing's voice rises out of the empty butt. And she says, "There's still love, Lumira. It's always there. The hope, too. None of the badness of all of this. None of the pain, none of the grief. None of that cancels out the love. None of that means you aren't worth the love. That you don't deserve it. I died with a lot of regrets. I've told you some of them by now. A lot of regrets, things I should have said, things I wish I had the chance to say. But there is one thing that I have never and I will never regret. It's the fact that I died saving Amerjin. Given the chance, I would do it again. And again, as many times as I had to, I would dive in front of her, over and over. I don't regret that. Not at all. Not for a second. Because that's just who I am, I guess. Whether it's fate or me or maybe both. But it's who I am. And I know that's who you are too, Lumira. I know it. I know you. Artemis, Zinnia, Ozil, your mothers, Amaru, Yinghe, Nafisa, Saral, Bug, Nosma, Naeem, everyone else in the journey. They need you. I need you. Selfishly. I did. And I still do. How can you carry me with you into the future if there's no future to carry me into? I know that this place, there's a piece to it, yes. But if you stay, I don't think I'll be able to stay, too. Because this version of me, it also won't be here if nothing takes you. I'll also be erased. I guess I'll die again. I don't want that.
No. Absolutely not. And she walks up to Sing in her area, wherever they're at, and will cup the side of her face. I refuse to let you die again. Okay. Only because I have to carry you.
I know it's a selfish ask.
It's not selfish. It's love, baby. And Lumira will kiss her.
And Sing kisses you back. And what is the change that comes over you in this moment as you kiss the chosen one?
Lumira carried a lot of regrets, too. One she didn't really speak out loud. And one of them was letting Sing leave this plane of existence without her ever knowing just how deeply my feelings for her ran. She's right. Giving up now is just allowing everything that happened to be in vain. All the efforts of the tears, all the time that's been put into building these relationships, building the lives around these people. Has it been easy? Fuck no. Not even in the slightest, but love has carried them through everything. Through the loss, through the hurt, the decay. She can't let that effort go in vain. She didn't know what she came here for initially, but she knew the base of her mission was to fight for Kaseki. And if she gives up now, there's no Kaseki, there's nothing. So she turns and faces back towards Zynon. Zynon, you feel her eyes full of fire. Still, but they're locked onto you. Determined in a way that only she can carry herself. Fine.
Funny, that makes him smile. Seeing her, even though she was so much full of fury. Because there she is. That's her. Determined. Because his daughter never quits at anything, even being angry.
Okay. Fine. We go back. But let me make one thing straight, Zynon. I'm not going back for you. I'm going back for every other person in this journey that I've let down because of your bullshit.
Zynon, a ghost, nowhere, pulls out a piece of his soul that has been absent for a while. But he is his Ima. And from nowhere, dons the hat that he wears because he is his Ima, who he also yelled at, fought against, threatened to run away from a few times. But they never stopped loving him. And in the same way, he will accept your fury every day until the end of the journey, so long as you will also love him. All right. And sing. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Zynon. It's been a while. And
Yeah.
Zynon, there are multiple parts of you here in the nothing, in this moment. There is, of course, the mortal part of you that understands logically and instinctually why Sing's here. She died, of course. Oblivion took her. You saw Oblivion. Oblivion? Take her. Guide her to the gateway, up and beyond the threads of the journey.
Baba was also guiding things out the journey.
Baba is just guiding the journey.
You are very
as
on
we speak.
psychopomp.
Baba the Oracle 2K26.
But there's another part of you too, Zynon. The profane part of you. The part of you connected to this place in a way that should have never happened. And that profane part of you, it rustles, it bristles with wrongness. Go on, Baba. It understands that this Sing, this is not a memory of Sing. This is not an echo of Sing. This is not even a ghost of Sing. No, not at all. This is
sing. It's her. It is her mind and her soul, just not her body. She hasn't faded yet. She hasn't passed on into oblivion. She's and Sing continues, responding to you. And she says, I have another selfish ask to make of both of you. I know you don't have a lot of time here, so I'll keep it brief. But I'm stuck here, Zynon. I told Lumira as much, but when Shepard guided me to the gateway, told me to step through. Yes, Shepard. That's what they said their name
Have
was.
a name?
Yes. I did as they said I should do. I crossed the gateway, but was there.
You're doing it again, baby.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to say it.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Sing.
Told me to stay. So I stayed. I don't think I could leave even if I wanted to, and believe me, I've tried. Is keeping me here. I think somehow, I don't know how, I'm not sure, but I feel like I'm stuck. Not just here in the nothing. I feel like I'm stuck between the spokes of a great wheel. Caught in a moment before I don't know, transformation? I don't know what's going on. I want to know, but I can't. I can't find it out from here. So please, the two of you, can you help me? Can you try to figure out what's wrong with me?
You ain't the ghosts that are meant to just pass. And he holds his hand out, and he is becoming more and more threadbare the longer that they are here. Translucent and dwindling. But he would give more than just a few seconds of his time in the journey to tell Sing, you ain't a ghost. Sprout. You ain't fading like I am.
No, I'm not. You don't have a lot of time. You should go.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a ghost. I think the cycle got stopped for me somehow. But go.
We'll figure it out.
All right.
I won't rest till I do.
Thank you.
We're on it.
I'll follow you out. Well, I can't actually follow you out, but I'll follow you as far as I can go. I'll see you off.
Let's go for a walk.
And Zynon and Lumira, you follow that red thread that binds Lumira to a realm where something, anything, everything is. To a material world, to a wonderful mundane world, back to the world of the journey, back to the weave of reality. You follow that red thread, and as you do, Zynon, you are accompanied by your daughter. For you had a daughter, and she wasn't able to grow enough to have fights, pain, furies like this with you. Unfair and fair. Real, brutal fights. But this is what it means to love a daughter too, and you know this. And you love her enough to weather this storm. To bear these scars. And to hopefully heal them together. One day. And for that to happen, you need time.
And so the two of you follow that thread up, down, out, beyond, toward the gateway. You, Zynon, feeding Oblivion molten creation the entire time. You can feel the divinity starting to dwindle more and more within your soul. You're starting to hit empty. You're starting to reach the limits of how far you can go, how deep you can dive into a lake with no bottom. It's even starting to eat at the pieces of the profanity Artemis gave to you as the divinity starts to dwindle down to its last thread. Then the two of you can sense behind you this entire time. Sing. She follows you. Closely, closely. She's right behind you. Until she isn't. Until she can't anymore. For you reach the gateway. Seer. It is Doom who sees it first. The impossible thing. As song and blood collide, he sees it. The ontological contradiction. The profane and wonderful paradox that only free will and mortal choice could create. And he stops fighting you. Just like that freezes mid-wave, and the crimson river, the red blood of Inferno, collapses and forms back into that black-furred stag. Blue eyes wide, unmoving, fixed up, out beyond, at that infinite black seed. And you follow Doom's gaze, and you see it too. Emerging from the undark tunnel, punched through the fabric of reality, you see Zynon Esh. His ghostly figure rising out of the void like he's kicking his way to the surface of an endless lake, and he is not alone. Next to him, Lumira, not broken or distended beyond the possibilities of space and time, but as herself, rising out of the unlight, her dark hair bleeding into the emptiness. And then, briefly, for just a fragment of a second, you see your sister. Behind and beyond them both, stuck inside the empty. Her pink eyes meet yours. There's no time to say anything. Only enough time to offer a look, a single brief expression. What emotion wells on your face?
The dog was screaming, apparently. Uncontrollable, unfestered grief. Like he is pierced with that lance again. To see her not speak, not touch. His heart pierced, scarred again.
Behind you, you feel and sense Doom shudder. Oh, there is a wide and wild look in the eyes of that powerful, suffering mandate. Her jaws part slightly. Her gums are blue as lightning. His teeth black as night. He is panting and breathing heavily, heaving, as he watches the impossible return unfold. And then she turns her gaze to you, Seir, and is staring at you with an unreadable expression. And there is something there in the depths of her eyes. A question? A realization? The next beginning of an endless cycle. Their fur rustles from the top of their head to the end of their tail, like a single breeze washing over a field of black grass. And then Doom breathes out, and he fades away. And he's gone. Lumira, how do you reach for Sayir through the gateway?
Lumira reaches through the gateway for Sayir in layers, wildly enough. The first reach, or the first layer, I should say, is desperation, is fear. But the one that holds steady, the feeling that lingers, is coming home. And I think more than anything else right now, she's realized that while she was in the nothing plane, there was peace and salvation to an extent. But I think this time, excuse me, I think in this time, she reaches towards Sayir and she realizes that her salvation can be here too. And he just might be a part of that.
And Sayir reaches out to you. Not in layers. Just as he is. Heart to thread. Thread to heart. Hey. I got you.
I know.
Lumira, your fingers cross the gateway, out from nothingness into everything. And it starts at the tip of your body, returning to reality. You regain sensation, you have weight again. You feel your nails, your blood, your bones, your joints, you feel again. Your hand is the first to feel it, and there's pain too. Your body remembering the pain of stretching, bending, and breaking, but there's no time to register any of that right now. Your fingers touch Sayir's, and in that moment, the drifter floating above, beneath, beyond, says, "Now!" The strings of the threads between part in a perfect, aligned tunnel. The drifter breathes in. The bowstring draws taut. The arrow flies, releasing all of the tension Sayir has built up for memory and focus and conduit. And you vault, all of you, all at once, back to the present. Back to the present whence you came. And we're going to end the session there. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the third to last episode of Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a doozy. Okay, let's start with some much deserved introductions, beginning with our incredible guest star for the evening, Dare.
Hey, do I exist on screen? Terrifying. Hi, hello. My name is Dare, pronouns she, they, they, and it. That was unfair. No one warned me. At least I didn't see a warning. Anyway, I'm Dare, pronouns she, they, Faye, and it. Tonight was wonderful. Thank you all so much. Lovely. Glad to be here. Love to be Zinnia. If you want to follow me, you can find me anywhere on the internet at Dare to Dream RPG. That is DARE, the number 2, DREAM RPG. If you have to follow me somewhere, highly recommend you check out mine and a lovely Quintastic in the comments, my lovely partner, our lesbian podcast, Sapphics at the Cinema. It's real damn good. We just did an episode on Moonlight because the boy kissers deserve one as well. And I will throw it over to Val.
Listen to that because Moonlight, that was a movie I had to watch once, and I was like, I've seen it once, never have to watch it again because I wept the whole way through.
Yep. That's so true. Also, hi everyone, I'm Valiant Lovewoods Dorian. I use him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that little video I just set you on. And tonight I have the distinct pleasure of playing Sayir. I'm gonna fucking do it, Dad. Try and fucking stop me. Last name who uses he, they pronouns. Gonna pass it on over to the Ghost. How you doing, Ghost?
Oh, I'm doing fabulous. Hi everyone, I'm Kai. You can find me everywhere as Estella M. Ladris. And what a treat to get yelled at by my daughter and see another one. And yeah, that's me. Sam, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing lovely. How are you doing? I love you. This was so fun. Hello everyone. I am Sam Star using she, they, and the occasional Fae pronouns. You can catch me all across the interwebs at Lust for Life X, more specifically where the butterflies do fly blue. Yeah. I'm back? Question mark? I don't know. I do know that I got to be gay with Sing again, and that's really all that matters. Take us home, boss.
Yes, I'm gonna take us home like Lumira's taking us home. Yay! We're going back to the present. Yay! It's happening. Don't worry about Sing. She's fine. We're getting really close to the end of Arc 4. Can you believe it? There are 2 streams left. 2 streams left, and we are chugging ahead at unlight speed right toward the end. We are streaming our Arc 4 penultimate session. That's right, next week. That's right. Oh my god, 2 main campaign streams in a row live. I love it. Saturday, July 11th at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time, right here on Twitch and also YouTube Live. That is gonna be the second to last episode. In the meantime, you can support our show by joining our Patreon, joining and participating in our Discord, making fanworks if you are so inspired, posting about Transplanar on Blue Sky, Instagram, or Tumblr, rating our podcast, buying merch from our merch store, and most importantly, telling someone else about the channel. Your friends, your family, your homoerotic enemy, your situationship that you're falling in love with, your true love that's stuck in the nothing plane, your mother, father, stag, your ghost girl, blooming from dust, your oracle, your sad little droid, your shadow mage that got stuck in the present, and of course, do not forget your parakeet. That's right. Thank you all so much, Transplaners. We're gonna see you next Saturday, July 11th. That's next Saturday, baby. At 8 p.m. US Eastern Time for the penultimate stream of Arc 4 Penultimate, baby. And in the meantime, we're gonna be raiding someone really awesome right now, no doubt. So hop on that raid train and Bijou.